힘찬 하루를 함께 열어주셔서 감사드립니다. 잠시 후에
Thank you very much for joining us for the second day of Kormarine Conference 2023. We prepared coffee and refreshments at the back of this room. Please enjoy them before we begin the second day of the conference. I also saw some audience taking a selfies together. We also have audience who are here with us through YouTube. And many people have interest in Kormarine Conference as the number of people accessing this conference through YouTube was over 700 people. We are going to begin the conference soon.
second day of the Kormarine Conference. As a courtesy to other participants, please turn off your mobile phone or put it into silent mode. And you are kindly requested to take your seats so that the conference can begin soon. A simultaneous interpretation service is available for this conference. Please listen to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. 코마린 컨퍼런스는 동시 통역이 제공이 됩니다. 1번 버튼을 누르시면 한국어, 2번 버튼은 영어를 들으실 수 있으며 질문도 영어, 한국어 모두 사용이 가능합니다. 네, 지금부터 코마린 컨퍼런스 2차
We will begin the second day of Kormarine Conference 2023. We mark the 10th anniversary this year, which is all thanks to your interest and support for this conference.
two of the Kormarine Conference 2023, entitled Sustainable Maritime Technology and Emerging Opportunity 1, Technology. For this session, we will have 4 presentations, a Q&A session, and discussion after all speakers' presentation. If you have any questions, please leave a comment on YouTube or ask during the panel discussion. For the first presentation, I would like to invite Mr. Joe Friedman, Vice President of Shore Markets and Shipping of Rystad Energy. The title of his presentation is The Lean and Clean Future of Energy and Shipping. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
This button is next bot and back bot.
Back and forth. Let's see. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's a privilege to start the second day of the Kormarine Conference with sharing Rystad Energy's view on the future energy and shipping markets. For those of you that don't know us, Rystad Energy is an independent advisory, research and business intelligence company. And as the company name is kind of stating, we're looking at energy. So in that we try to cover the entire energy system, meaning oil and gas, hydrogen, geothermal, wind, etc., etc. Since when you want to look at the transition in shipping, you can't do that in isolation. You need to have a view on the future energy mix for the trade flow perspective, but also to get a view on the availability of alternative fuels and what the price of the alternative fuels can be, as they will be important in order to decarbonize the hard-to-abate sectors like shipping. So I will start out with showing how we in Rystad Energy is looking at the energy system. So this chart is then describing the entire energy system, where you have the primary energy sources to the, from me on the left-hand side here, so solar, wind, hydro, bio, nuclear, natural gas, oil, coal, etc. And then this is being moved and put into the, where we make the molecules, so the refineries, which is the third column here. And then this is brought, these molecules are then brought into the power plants, which is the fourth column, where you produce all the electrons that you need. That is then transported and put in for the end user segments, which is buildings, transport, and industry. And the future can play out in many different scenarios. We have been looking at everything from a 2.5 degree scenario all the way down to what we see as the most aggressive transition scenario, which is a 1.4. The Paris Agreement is a 1.5. But since the IMO revised their GHG strategy in July, this aligns quite well with a 1.6 degree scenario. So I will show a slide on that later in the presentation. So this is the current energy system, and it's heavily fossil-based. 85 to 90% of the total energy used over several decades has been fossil fuel, so gas, oil, and coal. The kind of the end state and the goal for the energy transition will be a new energy system that is no longer based on fossil fuels, but is based on renewable electricity. So then you will move from this system over to this system, which is mainly having primary resources as solar, wind, hydro, geothermal, and biomass. And this energy system has 0 emissions associated with it, meaning that it's a clean energy system without all the GHG emissions. How long this will take is, of course, a big uncertainty, and that's why we have all the scenarios. But let's switch to the next one here. This is then showing from the 1800s all the way to 2100, the energy mix, the historical one, and the future one, and this is in a 1.6 degree scenario. So quite aggressive transition to renewables. There's still in 2050, there's still a share of oil and gas in the energy mix, also in the 1.6 degree scenario. But what is important here is that over the last 10 years, 75% of all the investments has gone into fossil energy. If you want to reach a 1.6 degree scenario, the capital allocation needs to be changed quite dramatically. So we need to put 70% into renewable energy to meet this scenario. But renewable energy is already one of the most competitive energy sources that we have. Examples are, for example, the large solar projects in the Middle East, where the levelized cost of electricity can be as low as $13 per megawatt hour, meaning that if you take an electric vehicle and charge it, for example, at the Al Dhafra project in Dubai, you can travel 500 kilometers for only $1.3 US. So just saying something about the competitiveness of solar PVs. Another aspect of this system is that, as we already kind of mentioned, it will be clean. But another thing that is quite important, especially for the shipping markets, is that it will also be a lean energy system. And what do I mean about lean? Here's just two examples. One is the first picture here is a typical parking space in China with solar panels. This is about 30 tons of infrastructure, solar panels, that can charge the cars here with all the electricity they need. And over a 15-year period, which is basically the life span of a car, then you can replace 40,000 barrels of oil or diesel. Another picture here is an office building not too far from our headquarters in Oslo, where 10 tons of solar panels, around 100 panels, that last for 25 years, this can replace around 8,000 tons of coal that would be needed to make the same electricity that this house or this office building would need. So as you can see, moving over to a clean energy system and using more direct electricity is also lean, so more local energy production. So more local energy production and also a more efficient system. So in the current fossil fuel system, there's a lot of, around 2/3 of the energy goes to heat loss. So for a coal-fired power plant, for example, you put 100% in and then you get 30% out in electricity. So it's a massive heat loss. This will not happen when you have a renewable electricity system. And this obviously will have a big impact on shipping. Not saying that it will happen in 2050, but over time you will see big difference in the shipping market because around 40% of the current shipping is energy related. And you won't need all of this transport of oil, gas, coal in the kind of a new system. So obviously this will have a significant impact, and if we look at this 1.6 degree scenario towards 2050, we actually see that in terms of ton miles, you could see almost a 30% reduction for ton miles of energy shipping, which is quite significant. But of course, the transition can take longer than 1.6 in 2050. I mean, there's a lot of hurdles that needs to be overcome, the capacity of electricity grid, energy storage, all the things. But at some point, this will happen. But there's also opportunities in the transition. There will be more ammonia and methanol transport, and will also be new shipping segments, like the transport of CO2. We are seeing quite a lot of influx of projects where you will use, where there's been indications or announcement that they will use ship as transportation. So we have a CCS team that is covering all the CCS projects. They're looking at the capacity, at least the capacity they want to capture. Where are the terminals? Where should the CO2 be stored? And the distance between the terminals to the offshore storage location or onshore storage location. And mapping all of this up, then you get the trade flow on these projects that you can see here. And adding all this up is around 19 million tons per year. If you then assume average vessel size of 25,000 cubic meters, then this will be around 55 vessels by 2030 and more than 80 vessels by 2035. again, another market that are facing some technology issues, and this can be delayed, but at least based on the kind of the known projects that we have in the pipeline, this is around where we see it. And a lot of it is North Sea focused, and as the technology develops, you can see more long distance routes, Saudi Arabia, Australia, Malaysia, Japan. The alternative fuel backlog, or the backlog, I think was very well covered by Clarkson's yesterday, but just to kind of summarize a little bit, LNG is the most ordered kind of alternative fuel in the order book. Then we are seeing that methanol is increasing as the most popular alternative fuels. Here we have included everything that is both dual fuel and also ready. So just to highlight that in this selection, I think we have around 150 dual fuel methanol vessels in this selection here. Ammonia, it's pretty much only different degrees of readiness to use ammonia. But we kind of see that methanol and ammonia are the two most popular choices. And then if you have an LPG vessel, it makes sense to use LPG. But companies are still kind of hedging for the future. So a lot of these vessels are dual fuel LNG, and then they also are ammonia, methanol ready. So there's a lot of uncertainty what will be the future fuel and the availability. But there are shipping companies that are taking action already. Shipping companies are used to basically global availability of marine gas oil and very low sulfur oil, so you can buy it, most of it in the spot market. But in order to be able to get alternative fuels, at least now in the upcoming years, it is important that shipping companies are willing to make long-term offtake agreements in order to secure alternative fuels. This is not a complete list, but it's a good selection of the ones that we know about. Most of it is related to methanol, either e-methanol or biomethanol, and Maersk is, as many people know, kind of one of the front runners here with both firm fuel agreements and then partnership, letter of intent, and then some of these are also MOUs. So it's a little bit of a mix. And the whole market for now is to a large extent characterized by non-binding agreements where you don't quite know what the offtake agreement will be in these contracts. But yeah, on the ammonia side, which is much more immature fuel, then maybe we can highlight Höegh Autoliners, which is much closer to kind of a firm fuel agreement with North Ammonia, and they want to use around 5% of their future fuel mix should be e-methanol. So that's more of it's still a partnership, but a much more firm agreement. One thing I also wanted to highlight is that a company like Maersk has also invested directly into fuel producers, C2X. It's not something that you're used to seeing a shipping company do, but it's much more common in other industries. So for hydrogen, you are quite used to seeing that the off-taker also has a stake in the project. So this could be a trend that we also will see on the shipping side, where some of these larger shipping companies also invest in the fuel production and becoming stakeholders. Then this is our kind of take on trying to forecast and give a view on the prices for alternative fuels. I'm going to focus on e-ammonia and e-methanol in this case, and comparing it with very low sulfur oil. You can't really buy e-methanol or e-ammonia in the current market, so it's just it's a cost-based model where you try to figure out what the price can be for e-methanol and e-ammonia. There's a lot of assumptions that goes into this forecasting, but what you are seeing here is apples-to-apples comparisons. So we're taking the density into account of these fuels. So if you see the price of ammonia today, you need to multiply it with around 2.2 to kind of get in the fuel oil equivalent, which is what you see here. And now this is a price difference between very low sulfur oil and ammonia and e-methanol is around 4 times the price, more than 4 times the price. But there's many different ways you can look at this. This is without any regulations and incentives, so I can run through some scenarios for you on the next couple of slides. I just want to highlight one thing before we go into that, and that is there's a lot of talk about EU, at least in the EU fuel maritime. So if you use 1 ton of fuel, you emit 3 tons of CO2. And if the ETS price is 100, then there's additional cost of 300 USD on the fuel you're paying. But the main kind of regulation that is in place that will have a big impact on shipping is the Fuel EU Maritime, with the GHG intensity target that you need to meet, and that will get more and more stricter over time, as 80% much more strict towards 2050, and you need to pay the difference between the fuel you're using and the standard if you're not meeting it, and then it's quite a high penalty. So this is the kind of the main regulation that will move towards more using clean fuels in the EU, and then we'll see what the IMO will be doing going forward. But if you take the Fuel EU Maritime into account, so if you're looking at a voyage between 2 European ports, and also assuming EU ETS of $100, you see that in 2045, that's when e-ammonia and e-methanol in our projections will be price competitive with LNG and conventional fuel. And the reason why you see this stepwise price increase in LNG and conventional fuel is mainly driven by the Fuel EU Maritime. Then you want to reach the GHG target, you have to pay a high penalty, and it goes up over time. Of course, for LNG here, you can blend in bio-LNG to meet the target and things like this. So there's a lot of things you can do around this to meet the target. But for the kind of pure LNG and conventional fuel, this is kind of how we see the picture. But there's even more that you can add into the model. One thing is there is quite big production incentives now within the EU and also with the IRA in the US. So this slide here is then showing them the maximum support that you can get for hydrogen production on the OPEC side in the EU, which is $4.9 per kilogram of hydrogen, of green hydrogen, which is 1.5 times more than the maximum you can get in the US. And then if you get this maximum EU incentives, then you see that you can basically push forward the price competitiveness quite significantly. E-ammonia, you see here 2035, e-methanol 2040. So it's like 5 years at least that you can push this forward. And we can run the same scenarios also for the US, but this shows kind of the impact of production incentives for the price of e-fuels. Of course, not all projects will get them the maximum incentives. Our analysis saying that in the EU, around 17,700 tons of green hydrogen will get the benefit from the European Hydrogen Bank. So it's not all projects that will get it, but for those that get the maximum, this can be the outcome. We have a tool for this, so if there's someone that are interested in looking at different scenarios and playing around with some of these input parameters, then you can reach out afterwards, and I can show you if you're interested. But that was my last slide, so thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jeff Friedman of Rystad Energy, Vice President of Shore and Ship. Next presenter is Mr. In-Kyung Ko, the Director of Global Center for Maritime Decarbonization, sharing us on the mission to decarbonize the maritime industry. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank the organizer for inviting me to share the GCMD mission to decarbonize the maritime sectors today. Okay. So to start off, I think for those who are not familiar with GCMD, I'll just run through a couple of slides so that you know who we are. And I'll also share a bit more in terms of how we see the maritime sectors, how to decarb, and the type of projects that we're doing to share with you how we try to help the sectors. Okay? So for GCMD, our mission is straightforward. We want to help the maritime industry eliminate GHG. And you ask a question like, okay, let's do it. How do we do it? So we do it by a few ways. By shaping standards, because we believe for the maritime sector, standards are important. Otherwise, when there's too many configurations, the ships cannot connect to the correct fuels, to the correct ports, and the correct cargoes. Okay. The other thing is we also do so by deploying emerging solutions, piloting them, financing those projects. And those are very important because when you start to move from TRL 6 to 7, when the project goes into the water, it becomes very expensive and it requires a lot of stakeholders. As later I will share with you a couple of slides to illustrate that the problem is not something that you can solve alone by a single solution provider. You need to solve together. Okay? And we do so by fostering collaboration within the maritime sectors and beyond the maritime sectors. So how do we do that? We add value through pilots and trials. I want to emphasize that for GCMD, we are very focused on pilots and trials. As much as you have seen studies, the studies are done to support that. And it's required that we need to have that domain and technical expertise. We are also a non-profit organization, so we are a neutral convener for the stakeholders. With the funds given to us by our partners, we are able to do agile funding for studies and also co-funding for bigger projects. And in the project that we do, in the construct, we also involve the regulators and policy makers in the very onset. We believe these are the key elements for to have a successful pilot and to move the needles. Now, this is a very busy slide. It gives you a summary of our projects over the next 5 years since our inception in August 2021. I will share more on the first three, which is ammonia bunkering, assurance for drop-in green fuels, and shipboard carbon capture. We do have a latest initiatives on energy-saving technologies to improve fuel efficiency of ships. That is still in the works, and we will share when it is ready. And the bottom row, it shows the various partners that are supporting us. To date, we have 25 partners, spanning the original founding and strategic partners, impact, coalition, and knowledge partners. So you can see that our center partners actually span a very wide spectrum. And this doesn't include the partners that are supporting our projects, which is more than 80. So these slides provides another perspective of how we see a multi-fuel future. I think I've shared by Joe just now that that the future has many scenarios, and you will transit to the renewable era. But if you look at now, if you start to dissect the fuels, we're using the distillate, the residue, and LNG, which is the ambient and cryogenic. So 1, 2, and if I want to put fossil LNG, it is not yet there in terms of green. Now, people are starting to use biofuel, the blends, methanol, followed by the green methanol or the blue methanol, you want to put it, and the bio-LNG, followed by then the ammonia from where the hydrogen is from renewable or from carbon capture source, which is blue hydrogen to blue ammonia. And then finally, we have the ammonia, hydrogen as a liquefied form. So we can see that the transition is moving from fossil-derived to biological, and then subsequently renewable-derived sources, accounting for the entire life cycle with many permutations. So that is the challenge that we are talking about here. So this slides actually shares a bit of the findings of our ammonia bunkering safety studies. This was done by Lloyd Register together with Savannah Jurong and the Singapore Maritime Academy. So in short, I think we base it on the Singapore scenario as a bunkering hub, and the takeoff will be around mid-2030, about 2 million tons per annum by 2035. We also have identified over 400 operational and locational risks across 4 concept designs and 3 locations in Singapore, and all are considered low and mitigable. And as a result of these studies, we also have the guidebook that we incorporate into the training curriculum for the Singapore Maritime Academy. And the first course was actually conducted in March this year. And the learning, we also have we shared with the Standard Development Organization, domestically and internationally, to help to shape the standard to say, how are you going to go about doing bunkering, ammonia bunkering specific. It's not just as a cargo. And we also been working with the Oil Spill Response Limited, in this case, to develop an emergency response. You must understand that when we carry such a fuel in a huge quantity, you must also be prepared to say, if there's a spill, what happens? So the emergency team in the respective ports must be ready to address that kind of situation. And of course, all this is to help to prepare ports like Singapore for the first ship-to-ship transfer, to help to gain confidence and competency. And that also applies to other ports. So this slide shows the partners involved in this study which have completed. And you can see there are 22 study partners which was assembled by GCMD, starting from producer to the storage, to the barge suppliers, barge operator, terminal operator, vessel operators, owner, ship design firm, consultancy firm, and the field quality and testing. It gives you a sense of, to do such a study, we need to involve so many people to get a very holistic view of how we can get the molecules from end to end. And we also have roped in, we have a link where industries can sign up as an industry consultation alignment partner, and there are more than 130. And we also consulted 8 regulatory agencies. So this was what we did for the studies. Okay. Next steps, we will work with industry partners and regulators to continue to move beyond studies to actual pilot. So to do that, we need a regulatory sandbox. We need to really develop the emergency response procedure. It's not just on paper. It needs to be done. Otherwise, we can't do it. And validate the various hookup arrangements, like shore to ship, ship to ship, in port, what happened in Anchorage. And I think Joe also mentioned SIMOPS. These are the things that is very challenging, that we need to really dive into the detail to say, if we do it, and if we're going to do it, what should we do? And that process, I think, will help to build confidence. And we will also refine and update the draft guidelines, which is right now being in the works. So that's the next steps. Next project is about drop-in fuel assurance framework. Now this project started off with a question that in the future, when we have a lot of biofuel blend, which is the first slides I show of the fuel transition, a lot of the green fuels will not be available in huge quantity. A lot of assets will be current. So you have seen biofuels, maybe bio-LNG or biomethanol coming into the picture in limited quantity, in which then you need to, in some cases, need to physically blend it together. Now, how would you know, the ship owners who buy the fuel, that you are getting the green product that you are buying? For example, in HVO and MGO blend, can you tell the molecules of HVO once it's blended beyond the paper? And similarly for other bioproducts. So this project started off building upon what we know today for bunkering: quantity, quality, in addition, abatement. So once you take abatement into question and take life cycle, you need to start to track the fuels from origin all the way to user, which is very important, okay? So how we did the project, we actually constructed in such a way that there's 5 supply chain using used cooking oil, methyl ester, with high sulfur, with low sulfur, B20, B24 in Singapore, also at Singapore port. So we completed supply chain 1 and 2, you have seen in our press release. Also supply chain 4, which is HVO, MGO at Port Rotterdam, B30. And we are in the process to execute supply chain 3 and also supply chain 5 in this case. CL is crude algae oil. We are exploring that as a combination to look at the future biofuels with greater potentials. So that's the current status of this project. And this is the ecosystems of the partners around it, some of the stats above. So for these projects, the way we did it was we work with the fuel purchaser, which is the most important, the demand driver, together with enabler, the people, the technologies and the tracers, and engine OEM, and the test labs, which is very important. We need to make sure that whatever fuels that we're doing, in addition to being able to work, you also comply with the quality. So we have long-run degradation tests. With this group on the right, then we engage the upstream supplier in terms of what are the fuels I want to buy, under a BAU scenario, but then we put in all the traces, all the various measurements and various tests to collect the data across the entire supply chain. So this project will be completed next year, so then we will share the reports. Shipboard carbon capture. I think we should say green fuels will not be available. A lot of the fossil will still be around. Even the future fuels will also have a carbon bond like methanol and LNG. So how do we help the world to decarbonize, the maritime sector to decarbonize? Carbon capture is one of the technologies is used by land-based, and the shipping sector is also saying that, can I use this technology too? You know, I'm not going to have enough green molecules, okay? And if I have a lot of fossil, maybe I can do the same as a SOx scrubber. I capture it, then I kind of offload it and manage it accordingly, like utilization or sequestrations. So in these sectors, in this particular project, we try to answer the question on, can this be done on board the ship? Is there sufficient energy? Is there sufficient onboard space? And what are the challenges involved in putting a system for different fuels? For example, let's say it is a high sulfur, you need a SOx scrubber in addition to it. The type of emission coming out determines what kind of technologies and the difficulty of how you capture the CO2 beyond what we know today as, even for green fuels, you need to customize the systems in such a way that it can capture. And the bigger problems will also begin then after you capture. What do you do with that huge amount of liquefied CO2 on board the ships? Do you store it at medium pressure, low pressure, in ISO tank, in Type C tank, for different ships? Where do you put it? And when you reach a port, how do you actually offload? At anchorage, at berth? So there are many questions to be answered. And that's not the end. After offload, that's not the end of the problem yet. That molecule, CO2, need to be either properly utilized in a permanent state or sequestered. So if you capture 100 units on ships, you don't actually capture 100 because when the end 90 at the end, that is the amount that you actually sequester and capture. Of course, there are some rules and regulations you can say in terms of custody transfer, but these are things that we need to understand more. So for this particular work stream, we started off with the onboard capture site with the attempt to say, okay, let's try to do this from end to end, starting with the ships. So these projects with Project Remarkable, with OGCI, Stena, and of course various players and various industry partners supporting us. We started off with three phases. We start with first phase, which is concept design and feed, which we are wrapping up this year. Okay? So the attempt is to understand if you're going to build such a system on an MR tanker, and we captured at 30% and 100 kg per hour, with the attempt to say it must cross from port to port, how can this be done? So for this project, we have done it based on the generic technologies so that we can share the results as much as possible with the industry when the results is out for phase one. And then there's a gate review to say, okay, does this make sense? Are we ready to move to the next steps? Can it be installed? If installed, then can we offload? So we are at that stage where we are going through a review to understand, do we want to move to the next steps after we complete phase one? Okay? We don't wait for this project to finish. Concurrently, April this year, we also awarded a study to Lloyd Register and Arab. We asked the question, okay, assuming I got captured CO2 on the ships, how then should I do the offloading? Simple questions, but when we dive into the subject matter, we realize, hey, actually it's not so simple. You know, this is not on the land to a tank to a ship. This is on the ship where a busy port, you got many ships coming, and many small ships go and pick it up and transfer and aggregate to a shore tank. And some instances, the ships are actually doing their cargo offloading. Then you need to simultaneously offload the liquefied CO2. And I'm just talking about one form, liquefy. I haven't talked about the carbonate. I haven't talked about the different types of carbon capture technology. So we ask ourselves, in this space, let's say we have this pathway moving forward to the shore utilization. How should the shipping sector best do this? Now, it's an important question because, remember I mentioned standards? Can you imagine there are 1,001 ways of doing this? Then it is impossible for ship owner to say, what solution do I deploy? The ports will say, hey, how are you going to give it to me? So we hope through this study, the shipboard carbon capture provider can unify in terms of what type of storage means should I design in such a way that the port knows that there are 2 or 3 options at maximum that I can receive, and standardize the infrastructure investment in that aspect, including the LCO2 receiving vessels, a bit like the bunkering, but in this case, you take out the CO2. And there's also the question whether it is considered a feedstock or a waste. It matters a lot because it actually determines whether you can offload into that country or that ports, which will enter into the national accounting. So the scope is written below: onboard capture, onboard storage, the concept to safely and accurately offload shipboard CO2. The readiness of the infrastructure is important. It's a network that you need. It's not about I go to point A, then I cannot offload. I go to point B, then I can offload. The consequence is you're going to carry captured CO2 around the world. And that will have its operational constraint and economic penalties in terms of cargo space and cargo weight. Okay? And we also want to understand what is the CapEx and OpEx model for the scenario in this case. If you are capturing at medium pressure or low pressure, how should the receiving infrastructure manage that molecule? And if it is for a particular application like concrete quarrying, greenhouse, or aggregation to a sequestration site, what is the quality of the CO2 that I need? It matters a lot because all this will impact when you start to aggregate and store in bulk and manage that. And more importantly, what are the gaps in terms of custody transfer, competency standard, and regulatory approval? Will the port receive, if it is a waste, will they receive the waste? And it's not just any waste, it's a waste that may potentially increase the CO2 accounting inventory. And of course, then we'll validate that finding with the industries. So again, we take the same approach. We assemble a group of stakeholders to support the consultant for this 9-month study, starting from LCO2, solution provider, port regulators as observer, port and storage terminal, vessel owners and cargo owners, shipyard vessel design, and enablers. So all in all, we have about 27 partners helping us, not including the industry consultation alignment panel, which of course you can go online and click on the link. Then we evaluate whether you can be part of this study. Okay. So right now we are now in the month of October. This study will complete by January or first quarter next year. So we hope to share the results sometime around second quarter next year when we polish up the study. Okay. That's my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director ENG Global Center for Maritime Decarbonization. For the next presentation, I would like to introduce Mr. Chi Sok Park, Head of Department of HD Hyundai Global Service, presenting the cybersecurity solution of ships development and commercialization status of HD Hyundai Global Service. Please give him a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Park Jin-seok. I'm working for HD Hyundai Global Service. Today, I'm going to talk about cybersecurity solution of a ship's development and commercialization status of HD Hyundai Global Service. This is the content of my presentation. I have 6 parts in this presentation. The first 2 parts will be familiar to you, and number 3 and number 4 and number 5 have been discussing between ship owners and shipbuilders and shipping companies. Before I start my presentation, I'd like to give you a brief overview of my organization. Hyundai Global Service has developed its own smart solution. The new build market will require increasingly cyber resilience for newly built ships, and we have been working on system integration, and starting this August, to be exact, August 1st, we have been running this team. Last year, IACS withdrew UR E26 as well as E27. For E27, revision was announced, and the effective date was delayed by 6 months, and E26, its revision will be released by the fourth quarter of this year, and the effective date will be delayed by 6 months, just like E27, and there could be more grace period. For E26, more specifics need to be determined, so we are expecting more revisions. My team is closely working with the cybersecurity team at KR so that we can cope with uncertainties in the future and to deal with the new revisions. As the previous speaker said, we are seeing more and more eco-friendly ships. EXI, EU MRV, and CII, those mandatory requirements have been introduced to the market, and they all require data collection, and transportation onshore to offshore has been also made. It might sound like a distant future, but LEO suppliers will offer and will make ships more accessible. And there are some prerequisites we have to ensure before we open up and usher in the era for autonomous shipping. So cybersecurity is part of our daily life, especially in shipping. I originally planned to introduce you our cybersecurity system. I plan to unbox it in front of you, but due to some constraints made out of IACS, I can't do that as I planned. Let me briefly introduce you UR26. For safe operation of ships, this is about cyber resilience, which is the capability to reduce the occurrence and mitigating the effects of cyber incidents arising from the disruption or impairment of operational technology. Here, OT is the keyword, and if that happens, if disruption or impairment happens, it will cost significantly. Cyber resilience will protect ships, and IXUR 226 requires ships to be equipped with cyber resilience capabilities so that cyber disruption or cyber impairment will not happen. Let me briefly touch upon the cyber resilience and cyber security. Cyber security, this is what you already know, so let me explain cyber resilience first. Cyber resilience is the ability to quickly recover and restore systems, networks, or data from cyber attacks or anomalies. And cybersecurity means protection from hacking, malicious attacks, or unauthorized access to systems and data. And cyber resilience on board, the cyber resilience of a ship ensures the continuity of a ship operations by enhancing the ability to respond and recover from cyber attacks. The cyber resilience includes not only defense against cyber attacks on ships, but also quick response and restoration to normalcy in case a cyber attack succeeds. This is where we stand in terms of cybersecurity preparation. Some shipyards are already prepared for cybersecurity, but there is variance among shipyards and shipping companies and liners. That means E26 and E27 are not clear enough, so they need some clarification, and some ship owners are saying there are overlapping requirements between the two. Let's take some case one. Case one requires application of all cybersecurity measures, but case two requires only part of them. And this criteria has been interpreted differently among shipping liners or ship owners. Or CPS can be controlled all at once, including OT equipment. The centralized management can be possible. Document control can be done in a shorter time. And there could be more requirement for security equipment installation because there will be more security zones. So ships need to be prepared for those zones and cybersecurity equipment, and this will raise the bar of cybersecurity. Some ships are required to have the overall cybersecurity equipment according to demand from ship owners. So E26 goals may not be achieved. They will make some shipping companies or ships not be able to meet the requirements of international regulations. We do not know what will happen in the future, but at least we need some safety measures in place. Have cyber resilience for some networks and cyber network for overall network. They needs to be decided so that there is no confusion or uncertainties for shipyards and ship owners. Let me tell you the importance of dedicated cybersecurity solutions for ships. Most of the shipping companies are looking at different options of solutions, and there are cheaper options and more affordable options and many different options. But the cybersecurity solution need to be sophisticated, especially because ER26 and E26 and E27 are not clear enough. Interconnection is one of the key important areas. NMS and firewall are the areas where the operator's discretion and judgment is required. And operators, in case of a firewall incident, need to be prepared for effectively and adequately handling the incident. This is one of the most frequently asked questions from ship owners. OTS issue can happen, but sometimes it cannot be identified by NMS. So some operators may be left helpless. So in conclusion, NMS, firewall, and OT, the interconnected monitoring between the three is required. As you can see on the slide, they should be able to go back and forth between the three, but it's not clear, as I repeatedly mentioned. So we are waiting for clarification of UR 826 and UR 827. CQ that we are developing can handle the overall security system for NMS, OT, and since we are providing controllers for ships, so we are ensuring compatibility, network monitoring, a security solution, and security blocking. Actually, we are testing them for now, and in the future, engine control system and other control system and the terminal of OT, we are going to make all of them part of our cybersecurity solution. This is the summary of Hyundai Global Service Solution. We are testing and verifying the internetworking between NMS, firewall, and OT. And with KR, we are working on IACS UR 827 type approval certification. We are expecting this to be completed by the first half in 2024. We plan to have a team dedicated to ship cybersecurity service, after-sales service, and we will provide a subscription service for malicious mails. To ensure ships' safety, we plan to install remote control tower. With that, I'd like to conclude my presentation.
Head of Department of HD, Hyundai Global Service. Let's move on to the final presentation of Session 2. The last presentation for Session 2 will be delivered by Mr. Song Won-ye, Senior Surveyor of Korean Roster. He will share us about fire safety for onboard electronic vehicle. Please give him.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 한국
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Song Won-ye from KR. First of all, I am thankful for the opportunity to make presentation at Kormarine Conference 2023. My presentation is about fire safety for onboard electric vehicles. I would like to briefly explain what we can do on board to prevent the fire accidents. First of all, I will briefly explain about the background, about the problems of possible fire of electric vehicles on board the ship, and I will explain about the applicable IMO regulations, and I will explain about the activities and practices we can implement for fire safety on board the ship. First of all, background information. Electric vehicles are increasing these days. In order to achieve zero carbon initiatives, there are transitions going on in the maritime sector, and the same goes true for electric vehicles sector. The demand and penetration of electric vehicles have constantly increased, and for the future, the extent of increase of electric vehicles will further grow for the future. And the electric vehicles, once they are produced, will have to be transported through ships. Many people say that once you get fire on electric vehicles, you cannot suppress the fire. It takes a huge amount of time to suppress fire of electric vehicles. And PCTCs are carrying thousands of electric vehicles, and if any fire takes place on board PCTC, then a huge problem will be created. Then let us have a look at the safety and the level of risks of fire of electric vehicles. You might have heard a lot from the news and media about the accidents of fire of electric vehicles. But if you compare electric vehicles with other gasoline or diesel vehicles, the probability of fire of electric vehicles is lower compared to that of other conventional vehicles. And when you carry this on PCTC, fire of electric vehicles could take place when the electric vehicles are being charged, or in the process of sudden acceleration or deceleration of electric vehicles, the probability of accident increases. But on PCTC, electric vehicles are fixed in a location, so the possibility of fire is very low. However, still, once the electric vehicles get the fire, then it cannot be easily suppressed, so the risk still exists. And because of the thermal runaway phenomena, if the fire takes place in electric vehicles, the fire will get more severe because of the thermal runaway phenomenon. So many people perceive that electric vehicles have a high risk of fire. And even if you initially suppress the fire of electric vehicles, the fire is likely to be reignited. Recently, there were fire incidents on PCTC in February 2022. The ship actually sank, and in July 2023, the fire took place in PCTC. This ship was towed into port, it didn't sink, and now investigation about the cause of fire is now being done. If you look at these incidents, they say that at first the fire took place because of the electric vehicles, and a few weeks later the media says that there was no problem with the electric vehicles. As you see in the photo, some say that electric vehicles have nothing to do with the fire incident, but some other media reports differently. But in fact, there has not been clear evidence about whether the electric vehicle was the main cause for the fire on PCTC. But regardless of what the fact is, the risk of fire still exists when electric vehicles are loaded on PCTC. So we are trying to discuss how to prevent the fire on PCTC carrying electric vehicles. These are IMO regulations. Under IMDG code, electric vehicles are supposed to be carried on PCTC without special requirements. So, for carrying electric vehicles on PCTC, no special requirement is needed. But considering the risk of fire, IMO is discussing the amendment of the code. First of all, under CCC 8 and 9, discussions are going on regarding the risk of fire of electric vehicles. For example, what kind of measures need to be taken to prevent fire when electric vehicles are carried on PCTC. SOC, the state of charge, is also one of the elements being discussed. They say that the state of charge of the battery should be limited. And the 10th CCC meeting will be held next year, and discussions will continue regarding these topics. Next, what kind of measures and equipment are needed to be established on the vessels to prevent fire? This is also one of the agenda for SSE meeting that will be held next year. And maybe it will be held from March next year. And in that meeting next year, they will discuss what kind of additional systems or equipment are needed to prevent and deal with the fire of electric vehicles on PCTC. But so far, IMO has not yet come up with a clear guidance on what we need to do regarding the possible fire incidents of electric vehicles on PCTC. Even if IMO comes up with a clear guidance, it will take a long time for IMO to officially institutionalize that guideline into its mandatory code. But still, many electric vehicles are being transported on PCTC. So let us have a look at what kind of practices we can do to prevent the fire, to ensure fire safety. First of all, we can limit the battery SOC to a certain level. Because of the thermal runaway phenomena of electric vehicles, fire could take place. The thermal runaway is closely related to the battery state of charge. If you lower the battery state of charge, you can reduce the possibility of thermal runaway. When you carry electric vehicles on PCTC, you have to limit the level of SOC so that even if fire takes place, you can reduce the damage on the vessel. I met with some PCTC carriers, and they were asking the shippers to limit the SOC of the battery of electric vehicles to prevent incident. Second option is to limit the charging of EVs. In reality, many electric vehicles are loaded on one PCTC, but when they have to offload the electric vehicle from the ship, they need to have those electric vehicles charged, because if the electric vehicles are discharged, then it would be difficult for them to unload the vehicle from the vessel. So if there's a situation where they have no choice but to charge the electric vehicles to a certain level, they have to comply with the safety rules. And if fire takes place in electric vehicles, the fire will grow uncontrollably, so it's important to detect the fire early and take action as soon as possible. So we can install the CCTV to monitor the electric vehicles and see how the fire took place. Additionally, we can use portable thermal imaging camera. So we can use such camera to monitor the electric vehicles and to respond properly to any fire incidents. You can also use this to detect the temperature inside the electric vehicles. You can also use the camera in the process of fire suppression. Regarding the thermal imaging camera, that was a good option. You can also use the camera along with fire blanket. Fire blanket is often used for responding to the fire incidents of cars that happened on the land. So you can just cover the vehicle with this fire blanket to prevent a further spread of the fire. On the land, you can see fire blanket being used for suppressing fire on the parking lot, for example, or on the road. So we can use fire blanket on PCTC as well. But after the vehicle is covered with fire blanket, you have to check if the fire was properly suppressed, but that's difficult. And if you open the fire blanket when the fire was not fully suppressed, then fire could rather grow further. So you have to use the portable thermal imaging camera along with fire blanket. So after covering the vehicle with the fire blanket, you have to check the temperature inside the car. Next option is to spray water, which is one of the most common methods. In the case of the vessels, there would be many fire extinguishers on board on PCTC. So you can use the fire extinguisher and spray water to suppress the fire. But there's a difference with from the land. If you spray water on the land, the water will naturally disappear. But if you spray water on the ship, if the water is not properly discharged outside the ship, then it could affect the stability of the ship. If the water sprayed to the vehicle is not discharged but accumulate on the surface of the vessel, then if it is accumulated on the surface and if it causes sloshing, then stability of the ship could be lost. In that case, the ship is likely to sink, for example. So if you have to continuously spray a large volume of water, you have to make sure that the water is properly discharged over the ship or outside the ship. Next, there are various equipment that we can use. The firefighting equipment or tools are not difficult to use, but electric vehicles have different characteristics from general vehicles in terms of the characteristics of the fire. If fire takes place, it will generate a lot of toxic or hazardous gas. So we have to ensure safety of the crew. They have to fight the fire in a safe manner. So we have to make sure that the seafarers or crew are well aware of what they need to do when they respond to the fire incident. They should receive trainings and they have to conduct drills. And conclusion, the maritime transportation of electric vehicles are increasing, and the PCTCs will increasingly transport EVs. If fire takes place, although the probability of fire is low, electric vehicles have a high risk because once it catches fire, it is very difficult to suppress the fire. So we need to discuss additional safety measures. And we have to, for example, reduce the state of charge of the battery. And of course, we need to have the official regulations to be applied to the sector, but it will take a long time for IMO to come up with the official regulation. And as I shared with you during the presentation, there have been several fire incidents on PCTC, so we have to prevent the recurrence of the incidents. In order to ensure safety, we need to take additional measures and implement some practices to reduce the risk of fire, which are not difficult. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, in the surveyor of a Korean register. We will now proceed with the setting up the stage for the panel discussion. Please wait a moment. Also, we have a simultaneous service. You can press number 1 Korean, number 2 for English. 네, 패널 토론과 Q&A를 위해서 영어와 한국
We provide you with simultaneous interpretation in both Korean and English. You can choose any language you feel comfortable with. Participants on YouTube can leave their questions in the chat window.
Simultaneous interpretation services available for this conference. Please listen to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. 네, 현재 온라인 생중계에도 정말 많은 분들 참석해주고 계십니다. 다시 한번 감사드리고요. 현장에 계신 참석자 여러분들께도 다시 한번 진심으로 감사를 드립니다. 네, 이어서 패널을 이끌어 주실 저희 좌장님을 소개.
I would like to invite the chair. As I invite the chair to the stage, please give him a big round of applause.
Yeon-tae Kim, of Korean Register Executive Vice President. Please give him a big round of applause for our chairperson. 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. And also, speakers for session 2, please come up to the stage. Please welcome them with a round of applause. 우리 패널리스트님들께서도 연단으로 올라와 주시겠습니다. Please come up to the stage for panel discussion with the chairperson and panelists. Also, we will now provide an opportunity to field question from participants for the panel discussion. You can repeat your question on YouTube chat room.
예, 여러분 반갑습니다.
Nice to meet you all. And under the theme of sustainable maritime technology and emerging opportunity, we had session 2. Thank you very much for your participation. My name is Yeon-tae Kim, the Executive Vice President of Korea Register. I hope you got a lot of information and useful insight through the presentation. I would like to introduce the speakers.
Mr. Joe Friedman, VP from Rystad Energy. Say hello.
Hello.
Yeah. And next to him, we have Eng Kyung-ko, the Director at Global Center for Maritime Decarbonization.
Nice to meet everyone again.
그리고 그 옆에는
Next to him is Jin-seok Park, Head of Department at HD Hyundai Global Service. Good morning. Last but not least, we have Sungwon Ye, Senior Surveyor at KR with us.
뭐 저는 이렇게 영어로도 했다가 한국어로
I will go back and forth between English and Korea.
importance is very high, especially with the decarbonization issue as well. It is quite important for us to gather and share information and insight like this. Let us start Q&A session. We will have 3 sources of question. A question from the floor, question from the online, and question from myself. So I will start with Joe first. Joe, I think some of the important message from your presentation is that from 2030 it will be a renewable energy era, and also alternative fuel ship new building order is increasing, and shipping must transition from conventional fuel, especially because of the EU penalty, and the EU hydrogen production incentives can make e-fuel more competitive. Anyway, this is very nice for shipping people to meet energy expert, because future fuel issue is very complicated. So Joe, it's very nice for us to have you here for this panel and for the presentation. According to your slide, it says that from 2030 it will be renewable energy era, and when we look at the time of 2050, where we have IMO 2050 decarbonization target, it is shown that around 70% of energy is from renewable, and the 30% looks like it is from fossil fuel. Taking such things into account, do you think IMO 2050 target will be achievable, especially from the energy or fuel supply perspective?
Yeah, that is the question we get quite often, and it's a really difficult question. The slide that I showed was a 1.6 degree scenario, which is a very aggressive view on the transition. Actually, in Rystad, our base case is closer to a 1.9 degree scenario. I think that's where we're heading more in that direction compared to a 1.6 degree scenario. But looking at kind of all our hydrogen data and our production forecast for ammonia and methanol, it will be difficult for all vessels to have alternative fuel available. I think you will have, for some certain segments, I showed a chart with some that are taking steps to get the fuel. Those will have the fuel, and then there will be markets that will try to focus on efficiency gains, install wind sails, do everything else to reduce emissions. And it's important that there's also a willingness to pay for this. So I mean, you have the container companies, the car carriers. You're close to the end customer, and that's where you can see the willingness to pay for alternative fuels. So I think you will see a high adoption in those sectors, and less maybe in the tanker market, some of the bulk segments. So I don't think you will see all the vessels running on alternative fuels in 2050, and also on fuel supply. There will be quite a lot of sector competition. I mean, shipping is just a small part of the whole kind of CO2 emission space, 2 to 3%, right? So it is, I would say, it's more important to decarbonize other sectors that is a bigger part of the has a bigger part of the CO2 footprint. But again, I think the IMO strategy to meet that will be quite difficult. But yeah, I think our estimate for ammonia, for example, is around 41 million tons by 2040 that can be produced. I mean, that doesn't cover all the fuel that you need. A good thing about ammonia, maybe from a shipping perspective, is that the sector competition is not going to be as high, I think, as for methanol, where you will have plastic, chemical industry also want to use the fuel. For fertilizer, for example, you would need the CO2 to make urea. So in one sense, you don't have the same sector competition there. That I think that's a good thing for ammonia as a fuel, the availability to shipping industry. Yeah. So I hope that answered some of the questions, not all of it, but.
I acknowledge that my question is very difficult, and nobody can answer to my question with some, some confidence. And another question to Joe is that you show us some graph where we can see the price difference of e-ammonia and e-methanol, and it was found that e-ammonia price is cheaper than e-methanol. Can you tell us the reason why it is so, number one? And number two is that if we put green biomethanol in the graph, how the graph will look like?
Yeah. So I guess some people here saw the news about the biomethanol, or the green methanol was used for Laura Maersk on a trip from Korea to Europe, to Copenhagen. And I think that was 2,500 USD per ton, and in fuel oil equivalents, that's close to 5,000 USD per ton. And that is green methanol, which is biogas that has been upgraded to biomethane and then put into the grid, and then you make methanol. So that is a very expensive way of doing it. Biomethanol production cost will of course vary depending on where it's being produced. I think our estimate for biomethanol production, for example, in Brazil is around 1,000 USD per USD per ton. So it's quite expensive as well, but as the kind of technology matures, it can go down over time. And it can be a good way to blend in biomethanol as well, with all the complexities that comes with using biofuels. So I think there's also, I mean, now we see quite a lot of biofuels being used in the sector. The reason why, when I showed the chart with the price difference between e-ammonia and e-methanol, in the EU ETS, it is on a tank-to-wake basis. So actually, you get a penalty for using e-methanol because you have carbon in the fuel. So you will be penalized, while the Fuel EU Maritime is looking at well-to-wake emissions. So then you get a negative offset. So there you don't get any penalty. So in that sense, the EU ETS is not great regulations if you want to use methanol. So that's why you get the penalty on e-methanol. And then you also need to get biogenic CO2, and that comes with a cost. And also maybe a limitation on the supply of biogenic CO2. So when we factor those things in, then we see that methanol can be more expensive than e-ammonia. But of course there will be regional differences, project differences. So this is trying to kind of give an average for a region. But there will be some projects that will be more expensive and some will be cheaper. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Joe, for your answer. Okay, let me turn to Mr. Eng Kyo Kong from Global Center for Maritime Decarbonization. Mr. Ko, from your presentation, the mission of GCMD was well understood. A pilot and trial is quite important, especially to introduce new technology for decarbonization. I found that GCMD is providing comprehensive support to various companies, organizations to shape standards, to deploy solutions, to finance projects, and foster collaboration. In your presentation, you explained about your project related to ammonia and also onboard carbon capture. Indeed, when it comes to ammonia, there is a public concern, very serious concern on ammonia's toxicity. When you are studying on this issue, did you look at the public concern on the danger of ammonia?
I think so far I don't think they have done a survey to check with the public in terms of their perspectives of ammonia. For people who may know a bit more about molecule, probably their interactions with the fertilizer industries and also the chemical sectors. So I do agree with you that there will be a need to educate the publics about these new energy vectors. And of course, through pilots and trials, the industry will then have to come up with the appropriate guidelines, safety measures, mitigation measures, something that they will convince themselves to operate, then subsequently use that to convey their message to the people who are probably around that vicinity. And it's not going to be easy, but there will need to be a proper communication. Yeah.
Yes, I asked that question because early this year, last year, when we talked about the ammonia fuel ships, I found that there are huge resistance, especially from shipping people, those who worked on board the vessels. So I think for us to expand the usage of ammonia fuel ships, the first step we need to do is to educate public or educate shipping people on these issues. And you also explained about your project for shipboard carbon capture system. Indeed, before I listened to your presentation, I didn't know that it is such complicated when it comes to the interface between captured CO2 and port. So yeah, I found that it is quite complicated issues, and various and in-depth preparation should be done before we materialize these CCS issues. Yes, I think CCS is something we can adapt to achieve the IMO 2050 target, because as Joe said, he's not quite sure. He thinks that the alternative fuel will not be sufficient for us to achieve the IMO 2050 goals. So I think CCS can take important role for the IMO 2050 targets. Anyway, there are difficult and very complicated issues behind these CCS issues, such as you said, the interface with the ship and the port, but also the infrastructure on how we can treat the captured CO2. So my question is, what is your opinion on the future of CCS? Especially, I'm telling you that at the beginning stage, people thought about fuel to achieve the goal, but now CCS comes in. So again, what do you think about the future of the CCS in the future?
I shared in one of the earlier workshop that carbon capture didn't really come into mind 10 years ago. It's actually more land-based solutions. But as the industry progress and you have SOx scrubber, I don't think it's a surprise that the sectors will say, hey, if I can put a SOx scrubber, why not a carbon captured scrubber? I think that to me is kind of one of the rationale that people want to do it. Of course, the other reason is because given all the complex landscape of trying to solve the problem of alternative fuel, supply, cost, production, people are saying that, hey, can I be a bit more in control of my sectors, like maybe having a scrubber or carbon capture systems, and be a bit more independent and continue to use a carbon source before the transition happens on the green fuel. I think that to me is the second reason why the sectors will feel that carbon capture is very appealing. But I would like to caution that carbon capture is the reverse of getting a green fuel, meaning that, you know, the problem is supply, nobody is producing, then shipping sector is one of the end user. Carbon capture is the reverse. Once you install, you are the beginning of a separate chain whereby you pass it on to the shore, and the shore may not have the necessary infrastructures to process. So you are a beginning of a chain, and the problem doesn't end where you just offload it. Even if you solve the problems of cost, footprint, you're willing to sacrifice. So I think the sector is working very hard to make it cheaper, to make it work. So I have no doubt that the sectors can install something on the vessel. But the challenge remains that after you capture, assuming you can size the systems to match your voyage route, you still need an infrastructure on the shore side, the vessels, to develop for them to receive, to make it viable. And receiving it is just a part of the chain whereby you need to properly sequester it and use it. So I said the limitation will be actually more on the landside infrastructure again, unfortunately. Yeah, that would be my comment on this topic.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ko. And then 다음 퀘션은 다음 질문은
The next question goes to Mr. Jin-seok Park from HD Hyundai Global Service. Most of the people in the audience are working in the shipping industry, and the topic of cyber is not something familiar to them. I'm not familiar with it either, but we will see more and more cyber-related incidents on ships. Mostly when you talk about cyber issues, the shipping industry people will say the regulations will get stricter, and operators on ships, they will have a more workload, increase the workload, they have more work to do. So, Mr. Park, you are working at HD Hyundai Global Service, and especially you are leading the cyber resilience solution development team. So is there any solution to possibly reduce workload of crew on ships when they deal with the cybersecurity on ships? To be honest with you, I think crew and seafarers, they are not interested in cyber resilience on ships. If the solutions are, even if the solutions are installed on ships, seafarers and crew, they are not using them. I heard a lot about cyber security and cyber resilience, and you have heard them too, but we don't know what to do when cybersecurity cybersecurity related issues happen. And crew members, they have almost no knowledge of cybersecurity system, including firewall, for example. But my company's system is trying to meet the needs, the basic needs of crew members, including control and monitoring of potential issues. So our system is designed in a way that can reduce the workload of crew as much as possible. For example, when alarm goes off, what do they have to do? And network, automatic network blocking. They are the examples we are trying to develop. ISCS says network or propulsion systems should not interfere with operation of ships even when cyber issues happen. But there is a recommendation when those issues happen, they can definitely have an impact on operation. That is why my company is developing a solution that can offer automatic control, but still crew members are not interested in cybersecurity on ships. That's the biggest problem. So to prepare for that, we are planning a remote control or remote monitoring.
Next question goes to Mr. Song Won-ye from KR. In your presentation, you explained about the fire incident in the PTCT carriers and the pure car carriers will increasingly transport a larger number of electric vehicles for the future. And by nature, the fire of electric vehicles is very difficult to control, and IMO does not have clear guideline or regulation to be applied to ensuring safety of electric vehicles on PCTC. And as a way of enhancing safety of electric vehicles on PCTC, you proposed several options. You said that the possibility of fire of electric vehicles is lower than the other diesel cars. Can you suggest the figures, numbers? It depends on which statistics you refer to. Some say that the possibility of fire of electric vehicles is just a half of the possibility of fire of other diesel vehicles. There are different figures suggested by different statistics, but the common consensus is that electric vehicles have low possibility of catching fire compared to diesel vehicles. I think it's at least 50% lower possibility of fire. But many times we see that electric vehicles have been penetrated widely to many people in our country, but when there is an incident, fire incident, the media and press makes a large report of the case, and people think that electric vehicles have a high possibility of fire, which is not true. In terms of the possibility of fire of electric vehicles is less than 50% of that of the diesel vehicles. But if fire takes place in electric vehicles, then you said you can use the existing firefighting tools and systems along with fire blanket. Do you think we can fully suppress the fire by using those options? I proposed some options, but using fire blanket alone is not sufficient to suppress the fire. Electric vehicles, when they catch fire, they are bound to have a thermal runaway phenomenon. And fire blanket is used to kind of suffocate the fire, but fire blanket is never sufficient to perfectly suppress the fire on electric vehicles. But if your purpose is to prevent the further spread of the fire across other electric vehicles on board, then fire blanket is effective. Fire blanket is useful for preventing spread of fire, if not distinguishing the fire. And on the board, if you have many diesel vehicles and gasoline vehicles, they have higher possibility of fire compared to electric vehicles. And I think that we can use the existing firefighting tools and systems on the ship to respond to or to prevent the fire of electric vehicles on the ship. Let me ask one more question to you. Then, in order to fundamentally solve the issue of fire of electric vehicles, what kind of solutions do you have in your mind? That's very difficult to answer. If fire takes place on the ship, we can use the tools and systems that are already proven in suppressing fire on the land. You can use generally proven methods to suppress fire on the vessel, but the ways we use on the land is to spray water to the vehicle on the land, or we have the vehicle submerged in water tank, for example. That's what we use on the land, but it would not be easy to fully distinguish fire when it takes place on the vessel. It's very important to prevent such incident in the beginning. For example, you have to lower the battery state of charge of the electric vehicles loaded on the PCTC. That is one of the ways to prevent fire. So, of course, it's important to think about the options to suppress fire if such an incident takes place, but what's more important is to prevent the fire. And until the IMO comes up with clear regulations, we have to use the applicable ways for now. For example, reducing the state of charge of the battery, lowering the SOC. In the case of the aerospace industry, IAT puts a regulation on ensuring safety of the airplane and to prevent fire in the airplane. For PCTCs, we also need such specific regulations and guidelines to prevent fire of electric vehicles on PCTC. Thank you.
정도 남았는데
We have around 2 minutes left. And we are very much interested in the future fuel. And it's not easy to invite energy expert to the conference.
ask the last question to Joe and Mr. Ko. So at this moment, we think that the LNG is widely used at this moment. More than ammonia. Ammonia is not available yet, methanol, but in the future, ammonia. So we can think that in the future, ammonia can compete with methanol. In that case, this is again very difficult question to you. Which fuel do you think will be more competitive? But from a price point of view, Joe and Mr. Ko.
You want to go first? You want me to take the first stab? So the question was all the fuels, which one would be the most price competitive? Yeah, right. Right now, there's quite a lot of subsidies for biofuels, especially in the Netherlands. So there you can get really cheap biofuels, but it's subsidized. As I shown in the slide, LNG looks to be the most, from a price perspective, not the best for environment necessarily, but how we see it, the cheapest fuel, at least towards 2035, 40. And then maybe also if you blend in bio-LNG or you do ELNG or something, then it can also be cheaper. But yeah, and the reason for that is we see a massive ramp up actually now of LNG projects coming online, a lot of large gas projects in the Middle East. You also have a lot of
gas projects in the US. So from a supply perspective, it seems to be a lot of gas supply entering the market that will lower the LNG price. So both from a supply perspective and also as a fuel, as I mentioned, the EU ETS is only looking at the tank-to-wake emissions currently. So then you don't penalize LNG to the same extent as you would do if it's a well-to-wake perspective. So those two factors is important, and I think that's one of the reasons why LNG will stay quite competitive. But in the long term, hopefully the e-fuels will be the most competitive when we enter into this new energy system with a lot of supply, and we have developed the grids to handle all this. Then you could see some of these e-fuels becoming very price competitive. But as you saw in the chart, you will, for the foreseeable future, either need subsidies or you would need customers that are willing to pay the extra for the green fuels. Yes.
Between methanol and ammonia, I recall many years ago I did a project on this, and it started off the question of hydrogen for marine, so hydrogen carrier, and both of them are hydrogen carrier, but the difference is methanol you need a carbon bond, ammonia you need a nitrogen, and nitrogen is from the atmosphere, and carbon in this case need to come somewhere. So if you're coming from the traditional source, of course that's not what we want, that's today. You want it from a biogenic or you want it from a direct air capture, and that are very expensive. So the H bond in the methanol and the ammonia can be the same, either hydrogen from carbon captured sources, as in processed by carbon captured, or from renewable energy. So if you look at process-wise, right, as much as methanol is easier to handle from a supply side, eventually I believe ammonia will be more competitive. And I mean, that's from a scientific angle in terms of number of steps you need.
Yeah, and maybe just to highlight that, we talked about this briefly before we started, and it will depend also which shipping company you are. If you can't do co-ops with ammonia as a fuel, and you need to stay 6 to 12 hours longer in port, and you have high value cargo on your container vessel, that alternative cost for a container company will be massive. And that's probably one of the reasons why you see some of the container companies choosing one of many, but one of the reasons why they choose methanol is they see it's more likely that they can take off the containers at the same time doing bunkering. So when it comes to price, it's also a little bit a question of what segment you're in. If you're not in a rush and you have some more time and you can do the bunkering, then maybe ammonia will be cheaper. But if you're a container company, then maybe methanol is cheaper. Yeah.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. I wish the Q&A session was helpful for all of you. With this, we will conclude the Q&A and discussion session. I would like to thank all the speakers for their presentation and answers to the questions, and for sharing their insight with us. Let us give them a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Kim Ervikun, Registered Executive Vice President for our Chairperson. 우리 자장님께도 큰 박수 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 우리 현장에 열기.
Thank you very much. We have been very passionate in participating in the session, and over 100 audience are there in the YouTube channel. I would like to thank all the audience, online and offline, for their participation.
And enter the hall before the next speech begins. After lunch, we will have session 3 and session 4. Please enjoy your meal and let's meet at 1 o'clock.
눈이 너무 부셔가지고. 네. 네네. 아, 네네. 바로 시작하면 되죠. 알겠습니다. 자료 띄워주시면. 네. 네, 안녕하십니까. 저는 한국기계연구원의 김용진입니다.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yongjin Kim from KIMM. Let me go straight to my presentation. Once again, thank you so much for having me at this wonderful conference. And today I'm going to share with you the results of the research we are doing in our organization. Today I'm going to talk about the automatic technology development. You may be familiar with it. This is the content of my presentation. So I'm going to give you a brief overview of the research done at KIMM. As you may well know, the shipping industry broadly can be defined to have smart marine networks, smart ships, and smart ports. So the shipping industries are consisting of these three parts. Today I'm going to focus on ports. So I'm going to give you a little bit more detail of smart ports. So let's literally define smart ports. As you can see on the slide, there is this relationship between port and port, and there is something called a ship to port and within the port. Today, my focus will be on ship to port, as I highlighted on my slide. Today, we are using wires for mooring, and the KIMM and KR are co-developing automatic mooring system now. Today, that's the topic of my presentation today. So let me give you more detail on the next slide. On the left-hand side, you can see ship to port, and on the right-hand side, you can also see ship to port, specifically smart port, and autonomous shipping, to be exact. So I'm going to focus on the right hand side. You know, you must be familiar with the cargo tax commercial products, which is automatic mooring system. So I'm going to give you more detail as I progress over my presentation. On the left-hand side, you can see a demonstration ship called Hanbada, which is used by the Korea Maritime and Ocean University. And there are 4 staffs, as you can see on the top half of the page. A mooring system normally takes about 30 minutes to 1 hour. This is the general overview of the process. The spring wire is used for the mooring, and my organization is trying to automate this process. If you think about automatic system, normally you think the manual jobs are done automatically, including the wiring system, which is more closely related to autonomous shipping. Taking into account the reality, we believe vacuum system is the most effective way because all ship owners, let's say the magnetic system, for magnetic system, you have to consider the magnetic properties. So some ship owners are not willing to take this system. But unlike the magnetic system, vacuum system can be controlled by static properties, so it has less harmful for ships. That is why it is more welcomed by ship owners. So the KIMM and the KR are working on jointly a vacuum system for an automatic mooring system, and patents of carbon tech will be expired by 2025. So there is no intellectual property related issues using this vacuum system. And that was background for my presentation. Now let me go into research implementation framework, system design, development of prototypes and demonstrations. For all of that, our project started back in 2021. And we are targeting 2025 for our demonstration project. As I said earlier, this is the demonstration ship called Hanbada. We are monitoring behaviors of this demonstration ship to verify the effects of our automatic mooring system. Let me give you more details on later slides. Our research team consists of 8 to 9 groups or organizations. Kunsan University, KSNU, it considers environmental factors and it works with Caribbean PA. It works on mooring force calculation, and Yeongdam University is developing module, and PNU, Busan National University, and BAP are overseeing the left-hand side, and we are using Hanbada, the demonstration ship, and the KIMM is responsible for the design for demonstration, and MMU, Mokpo Maritime University, is responsible for docking assistance system and developing algorithm, and BAP and KMOU are also working on automatic mooring system operation scenarios. And all these systems will be applied to and tested on Hanbada, the demonstration ship. I think this is the part you will be most interested in. We started with Model 1. Now we have a progress to version 3-1. Our focus is safety, mooring capability, and use of space and cost. So they are the 4 key factors, and our system has evolved, as you can see on the slide. But there is only so much we can do in terms of cost, so we are trying to develop our system within our own budget. The hydraulic part and vacuum part, there are these 2 big parts. The hydraulic part, its technical barrier is quite low. It doesn't require any patent. But the a vacuum pad, it is using our own patent. So we are a small organization. This is a small part, but we are focusing on this part because that is the most realistically achieved. For a vacuum pad, we have 8 to 10 patents or intellectual property rights. For this, as you can see here, the spring is a 2-layer. Its structure is a 2 layers. We are also using a spring with a higher rigidity inside, because this is a quite rigid structure. We already have intellectual property for this 2 years ago. We are limiting the motions plus minus 6 from left to right. First minus 6 degree. The margin is plus minus 6 degree. Kunsan University and BAP, they are working with us as well. But to commercialize our product, we have to make prototypes and models, but that has some limitations. We have some limitations to do that. So we are working with BAP for structure, and we are also interpreting fatigue of this model so that we can predict the behavior of the system. This is also our focus, the observation pad. For automatic mooring system, we want to have this we want to achieve this certain threshold. When we started this project, we weren't able to develop 20-ton observation pad. So we first started at the lab. We used the lab system, and we tested the sway direction and surge direction. So at the lab scale, we developed a 3-ton of observation pad, and performance was already verified at the lab level. So 8 or 9 organizations are working on automatic mooring system with us. So let me briefly tell you what each of these organizations is doing. Kunsan National University is evaluating static mooring capability, and this year it is focusing on these wall, whether the birding has an impact on mooring capability. It is also taking a hydraulic test, and when ships are moored, when another ship is moored 30 to 50 meters away, what would happen? And that is also being tested. And the interference effect, it is at an ignorable level because it has only marginal impact according to our test results. And Yeongnam University is doing the following. When a ship is moored, according to our system, our system will tell the ship the weather condition, including the waves. And for that, we are using Adam's tool. We are also using mechanical motions, as you can see on the slide. And for this, we are doing this to see the behaviors of moored ships. If you look at conventional system, the passive control was the key, but our system is evaluating a mooring capability in real time to provide a better prediction. Why do we need active control? Passive control would cause a skid mark, making a damage to a moored ship. So we are using active control to minimize damage to a ship, and that can be ensured by our system. This is what I briefly mentioned at the beginning of my presentation. Mokpo National Maritime University is working on this part. They are using 3D LiDAR sensor to predict the outside wall and to predict where observation pattern will be needed. So they are using this 3D LiDAR sensor, and for now it is at the lab scale. And by 2025, this system will be on our automatic mooring system. As I mentioned earlier, we are developing observation pad. The end of the observation pad, the rubber part, is most prone to damage. The expected life cycle of this material is only 3 years. We want to lengthen it, so we are doing these tests. And environmental factors should be considered as well, the weather conditions or the sea condition, because they can make some corrosion on the rubber. So we are trying to make these synthetic materials, including rubber and other materials. And we are testing to expect and predict the life expectancy of this new material. We are expecting 2 to 3 years. And we are testing 7 to 8 types of materials. In neoprene and natural rubber, they can be combined to lengthen the life cycle. And first, we are doing interpretation to see if this material can meet our expectations. I've just explained our work at the left scale, and this is the pad. It is 2 meter length, and it is 6 meter tall. It looks small in the picture, but now it is 3 meter long, and it can provide a more precise mooring capability in the source direction and the sway direction as well. And this will be commercialized next year according to our plan. The most asked question is that why we affix the observation pad. The KIMM and KR, our ultimate goal is not just research. Our ultimate goal is the commercialization of this aromatic mooring system. So we have to consider the economic feasibility of the observation pad. And if we need more than one observation pad, we will have to add one more. So we are always considering economic feasibility. So let me skip some of the slides. As I mentioned, there are many technical information that I want to share with you. Yes, we have some systems, conventional systems developed by Carbon Tech, but once again, we are pursuing active control. Active control requires the calculation of direction between different ships that are trying to be moored at the same time. So for that, we are developing an algorithm. There are many technical barriers and constraints for now, but we are developing this algorithm. And by next April next year, we are trying to verify this algorithm on a real ship. The KIMM is an organization for engineers. So we are not an expert for environmental factors. So that is why we are getting advice from the Korea Maritime and Ocean University. So we have this profile or a pool of data set that offers us 150 to up to 170 different scenarios. These scenarios will tell us different conditions and environment, and they will be incorporated into our system to provide a better prediction. And this is one example of the scenarios, and the scenario is very realistic. And these scenarios are incorporated into our algorithm. This is the demonstration ship. It's about 100 meters long. So once every week, we are testing our system on this demonstration ship. This is the last slide of my presentation. I mentioned in the middle of my presentation, our ultimate goal is not just research. That's not the end of this endeavor. Our ultimate goal is the commercialization of this automatic system. We hope to contribute to national development or national economic development with this new system. Can I take a question now? Okay, I will come back for the Q&A session.
Senior researcher of Korea Institute of Machinery and Materials. Next presenter is Mr. Jae-chul Park, the principal researcher of Korean Register, sharing his own artificial intelligence-based fault diagnosis prediction technology for machinery system. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Thank you, moderator. 네, 감사합니다. 저는 한국 성급
I am from KR. My name is Jae-chul Park. I'm a principal researcher. Today, my presentation is titled Artificial Intelligence-Based Fault Diagnosis and Prediction Technology for Machinery Systems. This is the content of my presentation. First, I will explain about mass technology development project in Korea, which is led by the Korean government, and I will briefly explain about CBM technology that is being developed at KR. Lastly, I would like to explain about possible digital services based on the CBM technology. As you might all know, from the 1960s till now, ships have evolved, centered around the efforts to enhance the stability and safety of cargo and other technologies. Economic value and operational efficiency have become the important factors in ship's evolution. And now we are discussing the development of two types of ships, autonomous ship and unmanned ship. One is a semi-automated ship, the other is fully automated ship. And these are one of the main issues in the shipbuilding and maritime industry. And these technologies can solve many problems, including the environmental issues. So a lot of researches have been conducted. And these are technological classification consisting of mass. It consists of operation, navigation part, and information processing systems. It also consists of data analysis and data acquisition system to ensure safety of the vessel. In order to enable automated navigation of the vessel, we have to collect various data sets and we have to make accurate prediction and diagnosis of the status of the vessels. These will be the basis for the maritime autonomous surface ship development. And along with our efforts for developing mass, we have to establish the logistics and infrastructure system for ports because we have to enable efficient communication between ships and the port. Mass should be operated properly and should exert all the functionalities. And this requires smart port. So in Korea, smart port, smart communication, and smart communication are being developed. And it also includes technologies that deals with smart logistics and optimization of safety and efficiency. There are various element technologies included here, 3D around view technologies, and as Dr. Kim said, it includes automated mooring system, risk detection, and operation control system as well. MAS and smart port need to be connected to each other, and for this purpose, technologies are being developed. When such technologies are fully developed, then we will be able to ensure efficient operation and safety of autonomous ships based on PSC inspection support and berthing and mooring support, as well as loading and unloading support systems. Once we develop all these technologies, then we will also have to work on digital twin technology development. KR has been building small electric fuel-based vehicles, and we are studying on the digital twin technology. We're trying to represent all the objects and physical elements we see in mass into the digital arena. Also, we have to do the technology development in accordance with the regulations of the IMO. And smart port technologies also require standardization. KR is also working on such technology standardization activities. Next is our current status of developing AI-based CBM technology. This is the overview of the project. The Korean government is sponsoring this project. We are developing mass autonomous ship-related technologies. One of them is CBM technology. We have to first of all understand CBM. CBM is to collect real-time data and analyze the data to diagnose any problems with the system and make prediction about the possible fault that could occur in the engine system of the vessel. And we have to use early detection technologies to optimize the maintenance activities. This is the framework of the CBM technology. First, we have to collect and store data, and we have to pre-process the data and come up with the results that will help us in our diagnostics and prognostics activities. Once we verify the results, we can set a plan for maintenance. For development of CBM, we selected some equipment, which includes main engine and generator engine, and pump and purifiers, as well as piping system. These 5 categories of equipment are the basic elements based on which we're developing CBM technologies. And remote maintenance technology is also being developed, but today I am going to skip that part due to time constraints. Anyhow, the CBM and fuel safety technologies have to be developed along with each other, because once a code on CBM technologies is enacted, then we have to work on we have to ensure safety of the vessels. And the two technologies are closely related to each other. This is the consortium of the technology development project. When we first developed CBM technologies, we installed the monitoring system on the vessel. It should generate data, and once we collect and store data, we thought that we could get a valuable insight from the data. But if we don't have the fault mode data, it's difficult to develop the algorithm. So in the main ship, we established a land-based test bed, and we arbitrarily caused an error and used that fault mode data. This is the process we went through. For this kind of testing, we have to analyze what kind of error we're going to create, and we have to set criteria over the specific type of fault, and then we have to create the fault mode scenario. We have to develop the test methodologies. These are what we did before. After producing the relevant data, we have to apply this to our algorithm. So we had to analyze the reliability of the data. This slide shows the actual fault mode data, and under the fault scenario, we operated the systems and we reassembled the equipment as well. So the test went on for about 5 hours. As mentioned before, not just engine and generator, but also pump and purifiers went through the testings, and we established a test bed. And under the same research framework, we developed the scenario, we generated the test data, and conducted simulation as well. And Mukpo Maritime, Ocean and Maritime University worked with us. We represented the damage on the vessel through the scenario and analyzed the relevant data. After data analysis is completed, we can have the data framework where we can use the data diagnosis algorithm. We extracted the data feature, as you see here. The data generated through the research process, including vibration data, internal pressure data, and temperature, and many other operational data were collected and analyzed. And our server would be overloaded with such a huge amount of data if we have to apply all the data. So we extracted important features of the data and analyzed the data and apply them to algorithm. We collected the time series data and converted the data to recurrence plots and developed the algorithm. Regarding internal combustion engine, we used our source data, and the algorithm performance showed about 95% accuracy. In the case of the pump and auxiliary systems, we also developed a diagnosis algorithm based on machine learning. Its performance level is over 95%. The same goes true for pipes. Various imaging, temperature information, and electrical resistance information and corrosion-related information were collected and measured and analyzed. And based on such data information, we developed the diagnosis algorithm. And performance of the algorithm is also around 95%. For this one, we finished the testing. And next year, in February next year, the demonstration vessels will be delivered, and we need to ensure the performance of the system on the real vessel. At first, at lab level, we use the algorithm and based on the data, error data that we arbitrarily generated, but from next year, we're going to use Polaris vessels and Hannara vessel as a way of demonstrating the CBM system algorithm that we developed. This is the software architecture, which shows what kind of systems will be composed. We collect VMS or AMS data, process the data, and send the data to the server and let it be analyzed, and then use the data analysis for decision-making process. So CBM system should work perfectly even when connectivity is not offered. We have to be able to send the CBM system data to the land-side systems as well. This is based on the DevOps concept. This is the current status of dashboard development. This dashboard is installed in the main demonstration vessel. This is the slide that shows various sensors and systems installed on the vessel named Hannara. And we installed various sensors. Although we have to discuss the efficacy or effectiveness of this idea, as you see, this is the system installed in the test vessel from Korea Ocean and Maritime University. We are optimizing the test systems by reflecting the feedback from operators, and we are continuously improving the diagnosis algorithm. Our KISC center received the data, and we are establishing an infrastructure to optimize CPM system. We are going to enhance the survey or inspection service we provide to the stakeholders. Our future plan. We will continuously receive feedbacks regarding what we developed, and we will make continuous improvement. In February next year, the demonstration vessel will be delivered, and we are going to reflect the feedbacks we received from the relevant stakeholders in the demonstration vessel. And one of the mainstream activities of KR is inspection. Considering this, I would like to explain about possible digital services. Remote inspection or extension of inspection cycle will become possible. So we are trying to establish the technical infrastructure as well. We have to refer to the IMO or IAX regulation. In terms of technology, we are conducting AI convergence research activities to develop digital service inspection method. These are the purposes of our digital service. We would like to enable long-term partnerships, and we would like to make it possible to provide remote diagnosis services through our technology. For consulting services, we need the efforts from all interested parties in the industry, including the Register, Korean Register, and many other participants of this industry. Regarding the remote and automated inspection technology, we need the joint efforts of all interested parties. As you see here, manufacturers and machine learning domains, as well as class societies, need to maintain their organic relationship with each other. And they need to be able to help each other and have accurate understanding about the status of the business. Although they could have separate business models, but they need to have consistent voice regarding the technologies. And we're trying to digitalize the inspection service we provide. So we are studying very hard to come up with ideas for digital services based on the CBM diagnosis system.
KR. For the next presentation, I would like to introduce Mr. Roberto Martinez, LNG Business Development Manager of Trelleborg Gas Transfer, presenting the Rethink LNG Transfer, Solving the Challenges of LNG Bunkering. Please give him a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. So let's wait for the presentation. There we go. Okay. So thanks a lot for joining today for this session. We're going to switch topic and now started to talk about LNG bunkering and the challenges that we foresee for this developing sector today as well as for tomorrow. So we're going to follow today's agenda as is. So we'll skim through a quick introduction, and then we're going to focus on the chance to maximize the compatibility with LNG bunkering vessels, and then we'll switch to the same topic, but for the counterpart, basically, so LNG-powered ships. First of all, let's start with a quick introduction, who we are. So Trelleborg Gas Transfer is a division of Trelleborg Group, recently founded, recently put together because of some acquisitions of different companies that have been able to play a leading role into this sector from 2006, namely Clo, LNG, and Gutteling, to UK, respectively UK and Dutch company that have been able to develop their technology for the flexible transfer of LNG in open seas, starting from 2006, when the first commercial transfer of LNG between ships has been put together using flexible hose systems. Starting from that moment, we have been able to further develop our presence on the market, and then today we count on a quite wide experience in basically any sort of application where a flexible transfer system could be deployed for LNG transfer. Let's dig a bit in the market background. So let's start with a couple of quotes that we like to share. You see the sources back down on the left side. So momentum builds for LNG fuel vessels with more than 500 orders. LNG bunker delivery vessel orders are not keeping up with fuel vessels. These are two very interesting statements that we've been able to find through, obviously, on the news. And they are quite in line with the numbers that so far have been able to put together by third parties like SGMF, as you can see over here, or as well as DNV. So SGMF, in their latest numbers, are counting for a sum of 2 days in operation LNG fuel ships and the ships in order of 913 ships. And they account for 53 LNG bunkering ships, again, summing what's 2 days in operation and what will come next. I've added another source from DNV, bottom left, where the 913 number is elevated to 970. We're not here to question the numbers, but we need to take in mind the magnitude of such numbers. There's basically 1,000 ships which are going to be in waters start between today and 2028, and they will all have a dual fuel technology for LNG fueling as well. The ratio that we have identified obviously in the next future with bunker ships tends to be quite high. 17:1 will most likely reach 18:1, so we can definitely identify a set of challenges for the bunkering sector. Specifically, two main challenges. First of all, bunker ships are expected to act in the most versatile fashion possible in the coming years, but also today. So we do have a short-term challenge, which is basically the maximization of the compatibility with existing LNG fuel ships, but also have a long-term challenge, which is basically the chance to ensure the compatibility across the operational life of bunkering vessels. The additional challenge is the application of bunkering station standards for LNG fuel vessels, which today are not really there, especially with respect to the position of bunkering hatches, with respect to vessels' hull, provided a population of LNG fuel ships which is growing at a very fast pace and which is progressively more and more diversified, as it's now counting on different types of ships, from cruise ships to container ships to PCTCs, tankers, dry bulkers, and all having different characteristics according to the needs of a shipping industry, which obviously keeps evolving. So when we talk about compatibility for LNG bunker ships, we need to deal with different aspects, which are all today mastered by LNG bunker ships and their operators. So definitely it's an interesting challenge. It's a nice mix of variables that they have to take into consideration for planning their bunkering operations, but there are two main variables, namely the hose length and the crane reach, which we feel are going to have a specific role for the next future. Because basically these are the two variables which do have quite relevant strategic implications when bunker ships are getting designed and when certain decisions are being taken in order to equip bunker ships with several manifold positions in order to grant a certain working envelope for the bunker vessels. These decisions do have a wide range of implications, CapEx implications, implications at construction phase, but also then implications at operational level. So how can we help targeting such compatibility challenges? We thought of a first solution for bunker ships. Basically, we worked quite hard over these years in order to develop a hose transfer crane solution able to integrate an LNG hose transfer system and lifting capabilities, ensuring a safe and reliable operation. How we did that? Through a unique cooperation within the industry that put together champions in their technology, hose manufacturer, LNG hose transfer system manufacturer, and a custom-built machinery and crane manufacturer. We used and worked on proven technology, so through a loading system that is already operational in several contexts and ships, and obviously we're also looking at the future. We also grant a full compatibility and suitability with alternative fuels that are expected to jump into the picture quite shortly. These are the actors involved into this exercise. So obviously Trelleborg gas transfer through Clo LNG and Gutteling, the two names that you saw before, and the Dutch manufacturer of custom-made machinery, Delmecro. What's the result? The result is the LNG hose transfer crane, a solution that we have started now to build for several clients that can basically target the needs of bunkering operators through a ship-to-ship transfer system based on the maximum capability of any bunker ship, so 2,500 cubic meters per hour, based on 3 flexible lines, but can also cover the needs of shore-based operators in case they want to consider this system to enhance the flexibility of their terminal by equipping it with larger hoses, up to 10-inch 3 flexible lines, granting a maximum flow rate, which is a bit higher than what we saw before. We achieved these also with thanking to an existing technology, which is basically our emergency release coupling technology. So we count on a flexible ERC positioning because basically we can play with the layout of the transfer system either by positioning the ERC in the conventional position, which is basically right before the flexible line, or like in this example, we can also position the emergency release coupling in a suspended fashion in order to match also the needs and expectations of all the clients involved in bunkering operations. The crane is made of different components. You can see them over here, so starting left to right, pedestal, the different arms and sections, part of it, the sliding beam, which is a critical part for the, to grant the operational envelope of the crane, and then the integrated hose transfer system based on the same technology that is already available on the market from many years. We have summarized a set of pros related to this solution, a set of advantages, starting from obviously some mechanical advantages, removal of swivel joints, some operational advantages related to purging, related to the manipulation of the hose in order to achieve different configuration scenarios, and so on. What is critical in terms of advantages is to stress the chance of working on an enhanced envelope. The main characteristic of bunker ships today and also the future will be, as we said before, the versatility, the capability to reach different manifolds and to be able to perform operations safely and efficiently with different types of clients. Having an enhanced working envelope is a big advantage at the commercial stage. You can basically increase the number and population of your clients, and by thinking in advance about what is going to be the operational envelope, you can also open up for new business opportunities. Obviously, being able to bunker a cruise ship with a manifold that is a few meters above the water surface, and at the same time bunkering 25,000 container ship, it's a complete different game. And that's the reason why we like to stress the attention on the working envelope, because we feel this is a solution which could cope with the needs of operators that like to challenge themselves with different types of scenarios. Well, with the aid of some pictorials, we put together some slides showing how a crane operates or is expected to operate on a bunker ship. So starting from a parking position and keep going with connection, loading, post-transfer operations starting from draining, specifically also helped by gravity, and then disconnection, and ultimately back to the parking position. Pictorials are always very useful. We like images, but I think a video, it's usually better in such a situation. What we like to see over here, apart from the nice behavior of the whole system, is the concept of manipulation. It's basically having the chance to maneuver different points of the flexible hoses through different range of winches in order to change the position of the whole transfer line, and then basically having always the chance to overcome any possible challenge within the operational envelope. Obviously, this is a solution which works perfectly in certain conditions, and especially when the bunkering configuration starts to be extremely challenging. But it's a solution which sometimes needs to be deployed also together some other features which will take into consideration the position of the receiving ship and specifically their bunkering station. So we need to take into consideration also a set of variables which affect directly the operations for the LNG power ships, namely the bunker station itself, its layout and position, obviously the short time that these companies are able to grant for bunkering operations, and then ultimately we also have to take into consideration, without forgetting the different rules and regulations which are get applied to such solutions. If we switch to the first family of variables, basically so far we've encountered a wide range of challenges. As bunker stations tend to differ all each other, as I was saying before, today there's no specific standard on to build a bunker station across the industry. There are for sure guidelines to build the manifolds, but they always have to take into consideration the whole picture. And the whole picture is made of practical aspects. Are we dealing with an open deck? Are we dealing with a closed hatch? Do we have bunker station doors? How do they open? Do they slide? Do they open down? Where is the manifold located? Is the layout matching the prescriptions of SGMF, for example? Or are we dealing with a more compact and squeezed layout? How do we deal with saddles? Do we need fixed saddles? Do we need movable saddles? And so on. Do we have drip trays, water curtain? Do we deal with lifting equipment? So many variables in a very short space. So also in this case, we wanted to challenge ourselves, and we wanted to basically work on a solution which could, if I can get to the next slide, maybe. Sure. Let's see. No, it doesn't want to go to the next slide. Sorry. Try to see if it's what's happening. Okay, easy, good. So we wanted to basically work on a solution, as I was saying, that gathered the needs of receiving ships. And so we've been able to put together a handling solution in this case, which basically helps the control of any hose transfer system inbound from a bunker vessel, helps reducing the cost and complexity of lifting equipment within the bunker station. Is also able to do a bit of lifting, so handling certain weights within the bunker station. And most important thing, can help to put together basically bunkering operations in a safe and effective way with minimal operational input from the crew. Time keeps being of essence, so it's definitely another solution which takes that into consideration, but also something which helps matching and maybe even overcoming the challenges encountered by conventional cranes, davits, or any sort of other equipment which is deployed in bunker stations, which is also often cause of potential risks for operators. That's the solution that you see in our workshop. So we call it bunker station arm. So basically it's a protruding arm which is able to extend out of the LNG fuel ships, can capture the extended hose from the LNG bunkering vessel. And basically it's a mechanism which helps the lowering down of the hose to the manifold. And obviously helping the connection, reducing also the need of all winches, pulleys, or any further aid which is deployed within the bunker station. You can see some images again over here. So when it starts to work in a fully extended position and then in fully retracted position, but also in this case, the video is always helpful to understand well how the system is expected to work. So we have simulated here bunker station connection, basically. So on the right side, obviously, the bunker vessel, on the left side, receiving vessel. In this specific case, we have deployed movable saddles, but obviously, we're gonna play with any sort of configuration with respect to saddles that will be taken into consideration by the bunker station. So it's definitely, well, a solution that in certain conditions could help the basically maximizing the flexibility of bunkering operations. So let's get to some conclusions and takeaways. We see a set of challenges for LNG bunkering today and for the imminent future. And compatibility is one of the main that we have to take into consideration for both bunker ships and receiving ships. For bunker ships, our suggestion, our view is to consider the extent of the working envelope for vessels today and into the future. So do not stop to what you expect to happen today according to present business plans, but also try to challenge the assumptions for the next future, and also keep considering rules and regulation of receiving vessel, because this will definitely have an influence and an impact on operations. On receiving side, let's consider any challenges within the bunker station that could result in compatibility issues with an LNG host transfer system. There are different variables that we saw before and might be taken into consideration by operators. And let's take the necessary steps also to maximize the flexibility of the bunker station. What we see next in terms of bunkering, this is a sector which will have a lot of challenges, as we saw before, with respect to the numbers of available ships in the next future and a number of available bunker ships in the next future. So what could help next? Other ways to basically deliver LNG, other ways to distribute LNG, but also to bunker LNG. So specifically ship to truck or truck to ship, skid-based solutions, which we feel, together with our help, will be able to keep it running with respect to LNG bunkering in different parts of the world, and obviously according to the different cases and bunkering scenarios that we see are now more and more diversified and will be more and more diversified in the next future. Thanks a lot for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roberto Martinez, LNG Business Development Manager of the Trelleborg Gas Transport. Let's move on to the final presentation of Session 3. The last presentation for Session 3 will be delivered by Mr. David Zhang and Mr. Stefano Botivo from Alpha Lover. They will share us about the development of methanol and ammonia-related products for decarbonization of shipping. Mr. David Zhang will present the first part of presentation, and Mr. Stefano Botivo will take over from the middle of the presentation.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for attention to be here. My name is Stefano Bottino. I am a Global Sales Manager for Full Supply System at Alfa Laval. A short introduction about our company. We are a Swedish company with global presence, also here in Korea, and we have a very large portfolio of marine solutions for boiler, gas treatment, and also marine separation, heat exchange, water treatment, and further decarbonization solution recently joining us, like air lubrication, wind propulsion, and digital solution like StormGeo. And many of our solutions are ready and available for treatment of alternative fuels like LNG, LPG, and biofuel. But today we will focus on latest development about methanol and ammonia.
Hello, I'm David Zhang, Business Development Manager at Alfa Laval Aalborg. And we prepared this presentation as the core presenting, but the situation here is a little bit different than we expected. So we are a little bit come and go, but please take our apologies for that. And in this presentation, we'll take a little bit zoom out compared to the previous presentations. So we will talk about the very broad aspects of our development activities. That has been actually cut down because as you see here, we have many different activities, different product groups in the company. So we had to take the short introduction of different things.
So starting about methanol, when you look to methanol fuel vessel, you have to take in consideration many aspects related to the fuel itself. and its properties, rules and regulation that are growing and growing because it's a new solution also for class registers, and also the ship design and operation. If you look to the properties, the main ones to care of is boiling point, combustion, safety, and others. And instead, this fuel is affecting the ship design for tank design, bunkering, propulsion, electrical power it demands, and so on. Alfa Laval is matching the market demands with some solutions. The full supply systems, basically transferring the fuel ready to be burned from the tank to the engine, the Framo pumps, the plate exchangers, boilers, now ready for methanol, and also the tank management by Scanjet. If we look to the full supply system, yes, we now leave you to look into a short video about methanol for Alfa Laval.
For many ship owners, green methanol is the next step in fuel decarbonisation. Already, the first methanol-fueled vessels are setting sail with Alfa Laval technology on board. It's taken much to get this far, including close work with industry thought leaders and front-running ship owners. Methanol poses tough challenges in fuel supply, fuel changeover, and energy management. For many vessels, it will be one of multiple fuels on board. And its lower energy content puts energy efficiency in even sharper focus. At Alfa Laval, we're combining knowledge, technology, and experience to meet methanol's challenges. As a valuable technology partner, we work with our customers and industry leaders to make shipping more sustainable. The Alfa Laval Test and Training Centre is a hub where energy and environmental technology to meet the net zero goals is taking shape. It's our focus point for methanol innovation and developing sustainable solutions to help our customers decarbonise. Our FCM methanol low flashpoint fuel supply system set sail in 2015, and this long-proven first has expanded into a broad methanol offering. From the first methanol-fired boilers to methanol handling solutions, energy management solutions, and now even connected bunkering support. Many different solutions will be needed in the maritime energy transition, and Alfa Laval's methanol offering is one part of the whole. It's surrounded by a fuel-flexible portfolio of new green technologies and supported by a global service network built on over 100 years of maritime experience. We're here to support you in full, from succeeding with methanol to excelling in a decarbonised future.
If you look in the first solution from a long list, is the full supply system that, as you have been able to see from the video, started in first delivery in 2015, the first generation of our solution. Then we have many developments, and today we are already in the third generation of this system. We have different units already delivered for the first and second generation. The solution is basically a two-stage pump. We're starting with a couple of skids and then switching to one for being more compact and easy to install on board. And of course, starting from the two-stroke main engines, and the pioneer in this marine propulsion has been MAN, and we follow their requirements since the beginning. And today, our third generation is already contracted 55 units, and it is state-of-the-art for this technology. being a compact solution with some alpha Laval core technology inside, like plate heat exchangers, very well engineered, and so much more compact than in the past, and we have an energy efficiency software inside. And today it is able to feed both main engine, auxiliary engine, and also boilers if needed, and is compatible with the technical requirements for both, from both MAN and WinGD two-stroke engines. The application is already available and contracted for basically the main categories of cargo vessel, tankers, container, bulk carrier, and ro-ro. We can already count 200,000 running hours in operation on board the vessel. And we are now ongoing joint development agreement with both WinGD and MAN four-stroke department. And it is a system that is connectivity enabled and has been part of the journey of Laura Maersk, who has been the first completely methanol fuel vessel, both auxiliary engine and main engine, this year. Next year, we will be present as first retrofit for container vessel. We'll have a global availability in supply chain, being both in Europe and in China, and we will develop a four-stroke optimized solution. And also we'll add the full valve train in the technology available. As you can see, all the vessels in operation with methanol fueled have an alpha Laval fuel supply system on board.
So next on the slide are the products that we have had for the longer period, for several decades. So semi-welded plate exchanger has been used on the LPG, ammonia, and the methanol up to 65 bar. And it is one channel is welded and the other channel is gasketed. And it's a robust system that has been used for many applications. And when there is a need for a smaller the space for the installation and also the low weight, then we have another solution that's Alfa Laval Nova and CBM type of the plate exchangers. And we also have been, the Framo is also specialized in supplying the methanol pumps that has been used in the configuration of this pump that is submerged in the methanol storage tank. That has the benefit of using that is we can delete the hazardous pump room, and the shaft is very short, so the reliability is better with this system. I will just skip, but it has, and this technology has been used in the various applications ranging from FPSOs, chemical and the methanol tankers, and as well as newly the methanol fueled container ships that has come into the market recently. And the Scanjet is now part of Alfa Laval companies, and it is specialized in the tank management system with a very good track record. It has its system includes the tank cleaning system, also the cargo monitoring system. But I would like to put more focus on this PV valve that is a dual nozzle system, and it's minimize the ventilation and the pressure fluctuation inside the tank. You see on this graph on this side is the conventional the fluctuation of the pressure, but using the dual fuel dual nozzle system PV valve, then the tank pressure is much more stable. So it's a good benefit. Next one, I would like to talk about the dual fuel boiler that has been used for the methanol as a fuel. For that, we have the smaller the boilers that use the steam automizing the side firing configuration. And it is now applied for the new build, and we are also offering the boiler system for the methanol ready concept. And the retrofit is in principle possible when you have the boiler body that is compatible to this type of burner. And for the larger boilers, we are working on the system design development, and we recently started the testing. And I'm proud to say that for the methanol-fueled the boiler, we have secured 100% market share until today, even though the adoption rate has not been so great. That concludes our presentation about the methanol, and now we'll move on to the ammonia fuel ships. So similar concept as previously Stefano introduced. So we consider three aspects. And when we have the ammonia as a fuel, then we have some more consideration about what is the boiling point, which is minus 34, 35 degrees. So the ammonia exists as the gaseous state. So there will be additional considerations. And also the combustibility of ammonia is also very challenging. And the safety aspects is another challenges to overcome. And to put that the properties of ammonia together with the ship design aspects, then we come to think that the fuel supply system, of course, it will still be needed because there will be a main engine or other type of the propulsion that use the combustion of the ammonia, and the pump system will need to be installed to supply the pump to the fuel system, and the steam boiler and is also will be required because there's a heat demand. And we also came to two different additional products that are the ammonia cracker and the vapor removal system, which we'll talk about in the later slides.
Same as methanol fuel being a carbon neutral solution, Alfa Laval strongly believe in ammonia as the first net zero fuel will be available on the market, and same for the methanol fuel supply system. We want to be the first partner for the industry and also the proven technology ship owners, shipyards can address too. For this reason, what we are already doing is to join some development programs with major stakeholders like the Zero Carbon Shipping Maersk McKinney Center, with solid oxide fuel cell for maritime project that will be tested end of this year, and we supplied already the cold works for this utilization, and it will be executed in Alfa Laval Aalborg Test and Training Center. We have the same project ongoing with WinGD two-stroke engine that will start second quarter, end of the second quarter next year. We are supplying injection test rig and single cylinder fuel supply systems for both of them with a land-based vent treatment system. And the Ammonia On project, which is an European funded project that will be for land-based application with many companies contributing, and we supplied the same scope. It will be started Q3 25.
For the ammonia pump system, our approach is to take the benefit of the two different worlds that's using the Framo hydraulic cargo pumps and also the electrical seawater lift pump. And they will form the basis for the electrical gas pump. And this system is now built based on the experience of the 8,000 the pumps that are supplied for the marine and offshore industry. I think the time is a little bit too short, so I will skip quite a bit in this part. But the principle is the same, that it is top penetrated, short shaft driven. And the highlight I would like to mention is the first ammonia pump. We are targeting to have the delivery in 25. And for the combustion that's going to be used for the boiler system, then our approach is that we will do the more in-depth research and the preparation than what we normally do on the boiler development, because the ammonia has a very challenging combustion the behavior. And we have started doing the laboratory tests since the beginning of the year. And that's based on the using, this is the view of our test and training center you have seen from the movie before as well. And this is our backbone of doing all these test activities. And we installed the small laboratory in another the part of the building. And we achieved a successful ammonia combustion with our pilot fuel based on this. And now, next step is that we will move on to to find the optimal condition for the ammonia the combustion, and also we do the test at scale to place that into the 2-ton boiler that are already installed in the test and training center. And the ammonia combustion is also linked to the other type of the solutions that are the ammonia cracker and the ammonia vapor removal system, which I will talk in the next slide. So as Stefano mentioned, Ammon project is the project we are working in Alfa Laval together with the other partners as mentioned on the bottom of this slide. And in that, the main purpose of this project is to generate electrical power out of the ammonia as a fuel. And the first step is to put through the ammonia into a cracker. They will break down ammonia into nitrogen and hydrogen, and the hydrogen will basically be used in the solid oxide fuel cell system. And as the system will require some heat to operate this system, we have the burner and the heat recovery system and also the recirculation system to optimize the system efficiency. The objectives are like this. I will not go into much details, but our aim is to make an 8 kilowatts unit that will be reliable, and it has generated 70% system efficiency. So ammonia vapor handling system is the next one on the line as we speak, and in that we identified that there will be different scenarios that ammonia in gaseous state will be generated, and that it will need to be handled, this vapor, the content will need to be reduced or removed before it's ventilated to the atmosphere. In that, we also think there will be various scenarios, small flow to large flow, low pressure to high pressure, high ammonia trace to low trace, and so on. And with that, our approach that we look at both combustion and absorber-based solution, and each solution has its own pros and cons. So maybe it's good to start a discussion about having two systems on the drawing board and think about what is the ups and downs of these systems. That concludes our speech about ammonia, and very quickly, not only for the ammonia and the methanol, we are also working on the various solutions that are fuel independent. One of them is the StormGeo solution. That's the help the optimize the vessel's operation through giving the let's say advice on the go. What is the best road to take, and considering the fuel consumption, the ETA, and stuff like that. And in this system, we are adding the two additional features that will be give the benefits for the ship owner and also the ship operators to simulate and monitor what is the expected the fees that will come from the EU ETS, and also what is the current status and the expected the rating of a CII if the vessel continues to work in the same manner, and so on. So the conclusion, we are working on many things on the ammonia and the methanol. And for the methanol, we have secured developed quite a few the industry-leading products, including the plate exchanger pump system that has been used for many years, and the methanol fuel supply system as the new system to the market based on the market needs, and also the dual fuel boiler. And for the ammonia, we are starting our journey, and is being accelerated as the market demand seems to be on the rise. And also we are working on the fuel independent solutions. There are so many activities ongoing. We could not put everything in this slide. So if you need more, if you want to know more about that, please visit us on our stand at 2C29. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for inspired presentation, David Zhang and Stefano Bottino. We will now proceed with the setting of the stage for the panel discussion. Please wait a moment. 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 지금 줌 생중계로도 170분 이상의 참여자분들께서 참석하고 계신데
Over 170 participants are here with us through YouTube channel. Please leave your questions in the chat window and we will deliver the questions to the chair. The chair of the panel discussion session as well as the speakers will come to the stage soon.
We will provide an opportunity to field questions from participants for the panel discussion. If that time, please feel free to raise your hand and a microphone will be provided. 현재 이 시점에서 가장 많은 그 유튜브 생중계 참여자분들께서 참여하고 계신 것 같습니다. 이어서 뜻깊은
We have YouTube audience, the biggest YouTube audience ever in this conference. Let me introduce you the chairperson of this session.
Principal Research Engineer. Please give him a big round of applause for our chairperson. 저장님 올라오시도록 하겠습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. Thank you very much. And also our special speakers for session 3, please come to the stage. 우리 연사님들도 스테이지로 모시도록 하겠습니다. Please come up to the stage for panel discussion. Also, we have simultaneous service in this international conference.
예, 일단 제 소개부터 하겠습니다.
First, let me introduce myself. My name is Park Jong-jin. I've been working for Samsung Heavy Industries for the past 20 years, and over the past decade, I've been working on smart ship, autonomous shipping, and most of my career was spent at Samsung Heavy Industry. Today, we are talking about maritime sustainability, innovating for a greener future. And specifically, this session is a venue for discussion of business opportunities. We have 5 speakers in this session. So I'm going to introduce every single presenter. So I'm going to introduce you again to the audience, and when your name is called, you can briefly make a remark or make a few words. The first speaker is Yongjin Kim, senior researcher of the KIMM. He has another schedule, so for him, instead of him, we have Taeyeon Lee, senior researcher from the KIMM. Hello everyone, I'm Taeyeon Lee from the KIMM. The presenter, the speaker, was Yongjin Kim, but he had to leave early for another schedule. But I'm working with him on the same project, so I'm here for him. So if we have any questions about our project, I will always be happy to answer your question. The second presenter.
The second presentation was about AI-based fault diagnosis and prediction technology for machinery systems. Nice to meet you. I am Jaechol Park from KR. Thank you very much for inviting me to this meaningful conference. KR is developing digital technologies and math-related technologies from long time ago. And today, my presentation is just part of the technologies being developed at KR. So I would like to say that KR is leading technology development related to this sector. And I wish I had more time during my presentation to deliver more details, but through panel discussion, I would like to answer any of your questions. I will do my best to answer all questions. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Roberto Martinez from Trelleborg Gas Transfer. He told us about the LNG transfer solution. Could you say a few words or
if after your presentation or anything you want?
Well, no. First of all, I thank the audience for the attention. I hope it has been interesting, and obviously we have covered our view and our daily challenges that we have in our work with respect to the deployment of the best suitable transfer solutions for to help, obviously, from our side of the bigger decarbonization attempt and goal. We see the market keeps being receptive, so it's developing, is vibrant, is interested in looking for new solutions, and obviously we also try to put operators in the position to, apart from contributing to an overall decarbonization ultimate goal, but also trying to leverage their commercial opportunities and maybe opening the gate for new opportunities that maybe so far with the present equipment and present facilities have not been taken into consideration. So I hope that this has been obviously entertaining for the audience, and looking forward for next questions or clarifications.
예. 그리고 이제 네 번째.
Thank you. And the fourth presenter is from Alfa Laval regarding development of methanol and ammonia-related products for decarbonization of shipping. Mr. David Zhang, the Business Development Manager.
It's a very the pleasure to have this the opportunity to make the presentation. And the time was too short, and also we have, as Alfa Laval as a company, have so many development activities ongoing in this interesting era of the decarbonization of shipping. So we were very broadly and also very generally talking about things. But if you have any questions, I will be happy to elaborate any further as you want.
And Stefano Bottino from the Global Sales Manager. Anything to talk to audience?
Yes, thank you as well for actively listening. And I agree with David. Alfa Laval has many solutions for decarbonization and alternative fuels. Today, our hope was to focus a bit on alternative fuels, but even limiting the number of topics, there are so many solutions to speak about. So we prefer to give you an overview. But if you have any specific question about one solution or the other, of course, we are here to reply. It would be a pleasure for us. Thank you.
예, 뭐 아시겠지만 저희 그러니까 쉽 비즈니스에서 가장 큰 화두가 되고 있는.
Most of you are interested in green and digitalization in the shipping industry. In the previous session, we discussed smart solutions and autonomous shipping process and green technologies and the next generation fuels such as ammonia and methanol. Regarding questions, we can take questions from the audience, and we also took some questions from the YouTube audience, and I also personally have some questions, but I'd like to allow the audience in the room to ask questions first. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. We will hand over a microphone to you.
On LNG ships and methanol ships, and now I work for tank terminal training in Netherlands. So I just want my question is to Roberto Martinez. I just want to know, like, from your experience, how much is the time taken for actual LNG operations from the time the bunker barge comes alongside and it departs? And can you tell whether it varies from the with the type of tank, if it is type C tank or a membrane tank on a LNG fuel vessel, and how it varies, and how much time for connection, how much time for disconnection, and how much time for the transfer itself?
Thank you. Well, first of all, experience is wide. There have been several cases and thousands of different operations, because you know that LNG bunkering today is a reality which is in place for many years. Obviously, every case and every client is different. Now we are seeing more and more the cases of bunkering operations which tend to be quite long-lasting, because we are seeing more and more ships of certain dimensions which are getting out of many shipyards, especially here in Korea, which are characterized by big dimensions of the ships and inevitably also big dimensions of their tanks. So they are down for loading higher quantities of fuel, and inevitably this is a challenge also for bunker operators according to the facilities they have. When I was mentioning before the trying to maximize, you know, the compatibility of existing bunker ships, is because, I mean, a bunker ship is a bunker ship. What you have today available, I mean, has a limited degree of flexibility. If you want to increase, for example, the flow rate, if you want to add one hose, I mean, on paper it's an easy exercise, but practically it's quite complicated, because then piping has been already defined. There's two manifolds, one for liquid, one for vapor return, so you cannot play too much with that. So obviously you need to be aware about the possible, I mean, limitations that you have in your also in your business model at the end of the day. And I said, we try to give new ideas, we try to give also new opportunities in order to challenge the present assumptions and the present you know, information that have been the pillars of business models, in order to think about the future. The future is diversified. There will be more and more challenges from the operational side, and you have to be ready for that. Otherwise, obviously, you can, and this is legitimate, stick to a more known and conventional bunkering business, because at the end, the doctor is not ordering you to do this or to that. But obviously, you need to be aware of the limitations that your operations will encounter in the next future. So the timing for operation, for pre, during, post, there are variables which tend to be related to the amount of fuel that you have to deliver. And obviously, there are a set of challenges which you need to take into consideration, especially during the pre-transfer. One of them was one of the variables I showed, the mooring. Again, easy word. In practice, there are a set of challenges, especially with this coming an increasing diversification of the LNG fueled ships. The position of the bunker station sometimes poses hard challenges to bunker operators in order to find the proper mooring positioning and the proper hose transfer system positioning. We always try to aim for the perfect positioning. In reality, on a daily basis, there are obviously a set of challenges which operators need to take into consideration, and sometimes there's not a perfect alignment of the hoses, sometimes there's not a perfect alignment of the ship itself. Sometimes they operate maybe with a faster pace because some things are, I don't want to say less under control, but anyway a bit more to the limit side for site conditions and bunkering conditions. Obviously, then from the other side, the post-transfer has always been historically a bit of a challenge, because you need to basically reduce the amount of methane which is still trapped in the hose. We have addressed that topic also through some bespoke connections that basically are the next level of the, let's say, old QCDC female-male concept, again, in order to target the needs of bunkering operators and basically reduce the downtime, because at the end of the day, the post-transfer is all dictated by the parameters within the hose. The more the methane content, the more at the end of the day you have to wait, and time is money. The fact is that we are seeing more and more pressure on bunkering operators simply because of the numbers I showed before. 1 year ago, the agenda of a bunker operator was, let's say, normal. Today is very packed. And within all the different bunkering operations, they also have to go for reloading at the terminal. They have certain windows within the terminal and so on. So there's a lot of pressure on them. Obviously, they are, I think, happy to take this pressure today. But I think they also need to be to understand when is going to be the limit, because there will be at a certain point of time some operational limits to it.
It takes too much to. There is a lot of the questions, so sorry about that. Okay. Okay. Then, if you have any more discussion, please tell each other separately. Next.
Yeah, I have a question to the Alfa Laval. I am one of the marine inspector. I have one of the question is that what is the normal storage temperatures, the ammonia at the vessel? Pressure and the temperature.
I think we are seeing the different the requirements in terms of tank design and also storage temperature. Some of the vessels and the owners are approaching in the way that the ammonia will be fully pressurized. It will be stored in the fully pressurized tank. Then the temperature in that will be atmospheric temperature. And some of the owners also looking into fully refrigerated the tank system. Then it will be minus 40-ish the temperature. And some are approaching in the way that the tank system will be semi-refrigerated. So have the semi-pressured and the semi-refrigerated. So in that, it will be a matter of what is the temperature and the pressure in the combination. So these are the typical range. And in terms of engine operation, I think you have a better idea about that, to supply the ammonia in the engine.
Yeah, the injection temperature is around 85 degrees. 85 bars and around the 40 degrees. Yeah.
Okay. Any questions from audience? Yeah. There are a lot.
네, 저는 한국향대학교.
I'm a graduate student from Korea Maritime and Ocean University.
드리겠습니다.
My question goes to Mr. Park from KR. You develop CBM system, and when we install this on the board, on the ship, if we apply CBM system, do we need additional sensors? This is the first question. Second question is, when you develop the CBM system, you use the specific equipment, land-based equipment to develop CBM system. Do you think that CBM system can be used as a universal model for many different applications? And do you have a separate training model? So thank you for the very good questions. I wanted to ask the same question. The first question, whether we need additional sensors. Second question, when we change the engine type, we can still apply the same algorithm of CBM system. That's the second question. Third question, whether we lacked any data for simulation. I can answer from the third question. In terms of the simulation data, at the R&D stage, we spent a lot of time to get the simulation data. We also spent a lot of budget to generate the simulation data. As I mentioned during my presentation, we can answer now the second question. We thought that it's possible to develop universal algorithm, but I cannot say that we had sufficient amount of data to use the system as a universal system for many applications. We have to first ensure performance of this algorithm. We have to continue matching works, and there are domain data site and source data site. In other words, data from ships and data from the land-based systems have differences in terms of location information. We can use generative AI or adaptive AI. And we can consider the characteristics of different data sets and according to the different characteristics of the data sets, we can adjust the algorithm so that we can make sure that the algorithm comes up with proper performance. This is what we have to do going forward. In conclusion, my answer is that we didn't have enough data for simulation. And in order to make improvement, we are trying to adopt AI technologies such as generative AI so that we can enhance our domain knowledge and data. But when we apply adaptive AI or generative AI, we have to remember the fact that if we try to enhance the performance of a specific system on the vessel, it might affect the performance of other systems of the vessel. We will work with data scientists and algorithm developers so that we can properly set the parameters to ensure quality performance of the system. And the first question, whether we need additional data sensors, we have to consider MEA engine. But first of all, if the engine is changed, the engine model will be changed, and it is difficult to enable the system for different types of engine. So we figured out the common mechanical issues that could take place in the systems on board the ship when we developed this CBM system. If you have to install additional data sensors, you will have to spend additional cost, and it takes a lot of workload and time for installing additional sensors and managing all the data sensors. So the presentation I gave you today was the CBM at our R&D level. We have to first figure out the type of essential data we need, and of course we have to propose some guideline regarding the data acquisition system or data sensing system. So we cannot increase the number of sensors endlessly, but we have to find the most optimal and efficient solution. Thank you.
Next, yeah.
예, 저는 삼성.
I'm from Samsung Heavy Industries. I'm working for structural design. I'm a question about automatic mooring system with vacuum system. So this question goes to researcher Tae Lee. If you look at normal ships, roughs are used for mooring, and there are many other treatment equipment required. But if all of these are automated, can we expect removal, the total removal or lack of mooring equipment? Yes, that's our goal. That's a good question. There is a certain facility, and for now, the birding is done manually, but once we have automatic mooring system, the positioning and location system, and some of the layout of a port should be redesigned to allow automatic mooring system. It is realistically not possible to have automatic mooring system comprehensively for all ports, for example, such as Busan port. So we have to consider how much it will take for a mooring, and we will start with a pilot system. Once the pilot system turns out to be effective, when a new port is designed and constructed, we will make sure the automatic mooring system will be installed together. That's our goal. As the speaker explained during his presentation, the automatic mooring system we are developing is a mooring system for a port. So once a ship arrives, and it is moored automatically according to our system, when that happens, to make that happen, the layout of the port should be a little bit changed and redesigned. So that's part of our plan. For that, we are developing onboard automatic mooring system. Maybe it has a similar concept to that of bunkering. There is a wire on the ship, and that will be connected to a port. So it doesn't our system doesn't require any human resources or a manual job. That's our ultimate goal. And that's the ultimate picture we are painting for our automatic mooring system. Any other questions?
네. 안녕하세요.
Nice to meet you. I am a reporter. My question goes to Mr. Park from KR. Your presentation on CBM was interesting. Samsung Heavy Industry is also developing a CBM system and market is being created around the CBM. Could you talk about the commercial potential of your CBM? As you might know, in the case of KR, we are not a for-profit organization. We are different from companies like Samsung Heavy Industry. As I understand, Samsung Heavy Industry is developing CBM technologies and they're also working with us. And they apply the CBM to the main ship. As I know, they are also working very hard for commercialization of the technology. And I think that CBM system that we developed has great potential in terms of commercialization. Shipping companies and Samsung Heavy Industry accurately understand what kind of benefit they can get from CBM technology. For example, shipping companies can benefit from CBM technology in terms of the survey cycle or inspection cycle. They can also set up plans, including the part optimization and PMS related plans. There are many other commercial benefits we can get from CBM system. KR and shipyards are all talking about the benefits of the CBM technology, but there are some demerits such as increasing the workload of the crew, and you have to additionally manage and install data sensors on the vessel. And the technology will be advanced further in the future. And if the technology further develops, then it will have price competitiveness as well in the future. So once we fully develop CBM technologies, then the CBM system will be actively embraced by many carriers, I guess. And if you look at car industries and plant industries and aviation industries, they took one step further to use PHM technology, not just CBM. And in the shipbuilding and maritime industry, it has been less than 6 years since we began the development of CBM, and it's a bit early for now to talk about the future outlook regarding the potential of the system, but I am positive about this. Yes, we received a lot of questions from the audience on site. We have around 4 minutes left. And it seems that we have also received questions from YouTube participants. 137 participants are joining the conference through YouTube. I would like to choose the last question.
Elu Sarah, she asked this question. This is the last question in the chat room. I think this is a question to trailable gas transfer. LNG-fueled container and tankers. There will be more delivery of LNG-fueled containers. So do we have enough LNG bunkering ships for these future LNG fuel ships that will be delivered in the future? Do we have enough bunkering ships for them?
Honestly, not. Honestly, not. The numbers that I showed before are quite clear. So we do expect a ratio of 17:1 in the coming years. And at the moment, as the quote was saying, basically the LNG bunker vessel construction market is not keeping the pace if compared to their clients. So we see a lot of challenges with respect to next bunkering opportunities. We see certain bunker ships getting very busy. And again, as I was mentioning before, maybe getting closer to the max operation capacity they can physically grant to their clients. So I also expect other more creative bunkering solutions to come to the picture. Let's also keep in mind that we are mostly talking about dual fuel ships. That means they always have an alternative for propulsion, and that's also something that if there's going to be limited offer for LNG bunkering because of these bottlenecks, it's also inevitably something that they're going to take into consideration.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you so much for your answer. We have about less than 1 minute left. So can I personally ask a question?
Alfa Laval, you said that you did the ammonia system. I'm wondering about your ammonia fuel supply system. Have you tried validation about the absorber or water cotton? This is a very tough shift, so it's important, I think.
You mean if there is a maximum amount of water in one ammonia? Can you explain a bit better, a bit more the question, please?
When you make the test facility for the ammonia fuel system, have you tried for the water cotton system to dilute? Have you tried?
No. We still have to start the test for diesel engine two-stroke. It will be next year with WinGD. But to be honest, is a kind of fuel that, from the composition point of view, what is of interest for us, having no filtration requirement, no big filtration apart for safety, like the classical 10 micron that today the main engine requires. We are not caring about the water content. It will be something that probably will be defined by the industry itself. We have to take in mind also, before when I gave some numbers to the attendees here, to the marine inspector, that also the main engine makers have not already defined the technical requirement completely. So these test benches we are going to deliver is specifically to let them to develop their final solution to test and to define which kind of requirement they will have for the fuel and for the quality of the fuel, and also the combination of parameters they would like to receive the fuel. So also pressure and temperature are something that are not already defined. It's just, I gave you just something that is almost nearby to the requirement we will have for the test bench purpose.
All right, thank you. I'm going to ask privately. I know you. Yeah, that's what. So because there is the time limit. Okay, I think we finished about 30 minutes discussion and question and answers. Thank you. Thank you very much for the audience, and thank you very much for the presenter. Thank you very much. I finished this session. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. 우리 패널을 풍성하게 이끌어주신 좌장님께 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. Let us give another round of applause to our chairperson and panelists. Before starting session 4, we will have a break and take a refresh until 3:20. Thank you so much. 네, 지금부터 두 번째 날 마지막 세션 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 온라인 생중계로 또 현장에서 이 자리를 빛내주고 계셔서 다시 한번 진심으로 감사드립니다. 코마린 컨퍼런스 10주년의 힘이 바로 여기 계신 청중님들의 힘이 아닌가 생각해 봅니다. 지금부터 힘차게 마지막 세션 시작하도록 하겠습니다. Now we will begin session 4 of the Kormarine Conference 2023 entitled Exploring the Greener Choice Next Generation Marine Fuels. For this session, we will have for a presentation a Q&A session and discussion after all speakers' presentation. If you have any questions, please leave a comment on YouTube or ask during the panel discussion. For the first presentation, I would like to invite Mr. Il-sun Huang, Chairman of Microrunners Corporation. The title of his presentation is Microrunners, SMR for Offshore Hydrogen Production and Ship Propulsion. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
감사합니다. 오늘 이렇게 중요한 앞으로 우리
Thank you so much for the kind introduction, and thank you very much for having me in this world, one of the world's largest maritime conferences. It is my honor to share my view with you today. I changed a little bit at the last minute to my slides, so if you need the new slides, let me get your email and I will send you the new slides. Today I'm going to talk about three things. First, nuclear power is rising. Second, many registers in the world are defining the safety requirements for nuclear power. Third, many registers or classification organizations are dominating SMR technologies. As you know, back in July, IMO announced Net Zero 2050, which will be a historic milestone that has brought a lot of changes. In 2019, as you heard from Clarkson Research, LNG-fueled ships will help us reduce CO2 emission by 50% by 2050. That was our prediction, but everything has changed since the announcement from the IMO. New builds should be 100% eco-friendly ships, and you heard alternative fuels today, including ethanol, methanol, hydrogen, and ammonia. And now we have to add nuclear power to the list. Nuclear power ship is called new ships. Many are interested in them because SMR's safety is increasing, and when SMR is used for ships, it can offer economic feasibility and it can enhance speed. And safety codes are under development, and we will see a number of safer SMRs in the future. According to UNCLOS Article 23, bilateral and trilateral agreements between and among countries around the world are increasing, so it is opening up a new era for nuclear ships. And ship owners are also paying their attention to the current trend. If you look at the picture, the y-axis represents CAPEX and OPEX, and x-axis represents operation. And green fuel will be 2 to 3 times more expensive than existing fuels, but SMR fuel ships compared to diesel and LNG will be up to 5 times cheaper. That is why we are calling SMR fueled ships the next generation new ships. If you look at the right-hand side, y-axis represents dollar costing for hydrogen production, 1 kilogram of hydrogen production. So solar power will cost 5 times more than nuclear power in terms of production. So nuclear power is emerging as a new fuel because it is safer and it is cheaper. So you may ask why SMRs are safer. I'm going to answer the question based on this plot of Professor Hyung-Chul Bang. X represents micron and y-axis represents output. The power is increasing, as you can see in this graph, and it is divided by multi-core. Every single element here will not be burned, even without external stimulation. Let's apply the same logic to large nuclear power plants. It is exposed to the risk of melting down, but if it gets smaller, I mean, if it is a SMR, without the risk of it meltdown, we can create power at a cheaper price. Now we are seeing micro MR. It offers 5 times less output compared to SMR, and it doesn't present any risks of meltdown or radioactivity. So this might offer a promising solution to the shipping industry. IMA and OECD recently announced a certain aspect of SMR. According to their announcement, there are about 100 projects under development, and 20 out of them can be applied to the shipbuilding and shipping industries, and they can be divided into 4 types broadly. One is PWR. It requires water, and China, Russia, and Korea are leaders here. Second is salt. It is called MSR, molten salt reactor. If you enrich uranium, you can create a nuclear power. And the US is adding chloride here. And Denmark is adding fluoride. And the US and the Netherlands are leading this area. The third is LFR. Sweden, Russia, Italy, the UK, and Korea are developing this part. The last one is sodium fast reactor. It is related to heat pipe reactor. It is in the form of heat pipe reactor. It is under development in the US for application in the maritime industry. These 4 types of new fuel have their own safety requirements. Professor Kodaris offered analysis on the safety requirements of these 4 types, and he said most of the accidents in the nuclear power industry can be defined as nuclear submarines and oil tankers. And oil tankers are directly related to chemical explosion. So today, I'd like to tell you how we can define these requirements for these 2 4 types of nuclear power. First, nuclear explosion in the nuclear power industry. Maybe some of you saw this movie Oppenheimer. Let's take a look at the picture on the right. Uranium enrichment ratio is represented by x-axis, and y-axis represents criticality. And this blue line is criticality graph. The higher the criticality is, the higher the possibility that nuclear explosion will happen. And military-grade nuclear submarines are fueled by HBU. The critical mass here is only dozens of kilograms. So if nuclear materials are placed in the submarine body, nuclear explosion could happen. And for commercial ships, only less than 20% of uranium enrichment can be used. If it goes over the threshold, the critical mass will be about 400 kilograms, and that can be installed or mounted on a rocket, and it cannot be used for any military attacks or operational attacks. So we are talking about LEU. 5% of enriched uranium is used, and the fourth generation of nuclear power plant is using molten sodium reactor, MSR, and it is somewhere between 20% and 50% of enriched uranium. In the past, Russia operated nuclear submarines fueled by enriched uranium, and those submarines were refueled at seas, and nuclear materials were approached by the body when the ship body is shaken or moved or unsettled by waves that could increase the risk of explosion. That is why Russia shifted its position and decided to refuel their nuclear submarines on ground and on shore. The U.S. is using 90% of enriched uranium, and nuclear submarines of the U.S. fueled by nuclear power, its life expectancy or life cycle is longer than the conventional submarines. But for icebreaker, more than 20% of enriched uranium cannot be used. That is why Russia brought their submarines to a dry harbor, a dry deck, because they decided that for commercial ships, that number is not high enough. As you can see here, highly enriched uranium, it offers more than 40 years of life cycle, and criticality is almost 1. But when you use 5% of enrichment, nuclear fuel should be replaced every 2 years. If you use 20%, the refueling cycle goes up to 20 years. So SMR is too dangerous to be used in the maritime industry, and it can also generate too much waste. That is why SMR is not that popular. In contrast, the blue dots here, they represent fast reactor. They burn uranium at 280 degrees. And that supplement plutonium-239. So the intensity of the flame can last at the same level for as long as 40 years. So it can offer more promising solution to the maritime industry, because you don't have to refuel or replace your nuclear fuel for up to 40 years. So most of the research focus has been on fast reactor in recent years. A fast reactor includes MSR and liquid FR, and gas FR was found to be safe, but it is too big according to some people. So I'd like our own elaborate on that. So today I'm going to focus on MSR and LFR. MSR was developed by Terra Power, founded by Bill Gates, and Core Power, UK organization, is using that for maritime industry in building ships. It is important to note that chemical explosion and nuclear explosion cannot be ruled out as a possibility. I'm going to show you a short video.
Total surprise. I was expecting a little bit of splattering, but what I got was like a full-on powerful explosion. Look at the cavitation bubbles on the glass, and it just shattered it and blew that fish tank glass across my yard.
여기 보시다시피 빌 게이츠
The Bill Gates group is using MSR, but it offers a risk of chemical explosion. And MSR is not likely to be cooled down naturally. So let's assume that there is an accident. You have to manually cool down MSR. But so when it is mounted on a ship, it could cause a sloshing effect when there is a sea motion. So you always have to consider there is a possibility or a risk of explosion. Next is heat pipe reactors. This is called sodium fast reactor, SFR. Let me show you another video. As you know, sodium, when it reacts with water, it could cause a chemical explosion. Could you click the play button here? So sodium fast reactor also carries a risk of chemical explosions. So when there is a volume in SFR, it could lead to a nuclear explosion. So aren't they too dangerous? Einstein left this important, famous quote. He said, people and human beings tend to repeat their mistakes, the same mistakes. So the answer lies here. So there has been a review of fast reactors, and AVS in the US said lead reactor is the safest, and LINA, the classification organization in Italy, said lead reactor is the safest because it is the most economical because it doesn't require any replacement for over 40 years. And it was already used for the Soviet Union's nuclear submarines, and lead can be sunk down to the bottom of the sea. And Norwegian Science Technology University collaborated with DNV, said sealer is the safest. So lead fast reactor is getting more popular because it can ensure safety, not only offshore but onshore. Last May, LFR, manufactured by Nucleo, was discussed at this negotiating table attended by French president, and the French president said France will build LFR plants. France has been strongly pushing forward LFR. It has the most advanced technologies when it comes to sodium, but since the Fukushima nuclear leakage accident, they have been staying away from LFR. They have been staying away from nuclear power plants, but this time they decided to build more LFR power plants. For the shipbuilding and shipping industries, natural circulation, LFR, and the whole life cycle can be covered by LFR. So it is a prevailing thought that LFR is the best alternative and solution. There are three technologies that are competing. One is Nucleo, co-developed by Italy and the UK and chosen by President Macron. The second thing is Sealer, and Micro Uranus, which is a Korean one that is under development by cooperation between Korea and Norwegian company and Lloyd. These three technologies are competing in the market. Nuclear offers 15 to 20 years of lifetime, Sealer 30 years, and Micro Uranus 40 years, the longest. That is why Norwegian group and Lloyd proposed cooperation. This technology has been developed by Seoul National University for the past 30 years, and UNIS and KAIST and SNU work together to refine this technology over the past 10 years. And specifically, in the last 4 years, the endeavor had accelerated, and within the units we will build a lab for further facilitating this endeavor. It is 11 meter high, and this reactor can be mounted on a large container ships, and it is without any risk of meltdown. Under the worst case scenario, radioactivity will not be leaked outside the reactor, so it doesn't require any emergency evacuation. So compared to the other two LFR, this one is most competitive and safest. I don't have much time left, so I'd like to conclude my presentation by showing you this video. So please click the play button down here. This microreactor can be manufactured at a plant, and nuclear power can be fueled here, and pilot tests can be done at the plant level as well. And it can be loaded on a truck, and the truck goes to a harbor. And here we are using plug and play system. Once it is mounted or fuel a ship, the ship doesn't need to refuel itself for the next or for the following 40 years. And calibration operation can be remotely controlled or remotely done once every 2 years. And once the fuel is filled, it will be welded, so there's no risk of liquids. So it is safe in terms of security as well. Once it is decommissioned, once the ship is decommissioned, the fuel can be recycled. So highly active waste will be disposed, and medium level waste will be taken to Gyeongju treatment facility. And with that, I'd like to conclude my presentation.
For earnest cooperation. Next presenter is Mr. Young-woo Kim, the principal surveyor of Korean Register KR, sharing us ongoing green with alternative powered engines. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I would like to talk about going green with alternative powered engines. I am Young-woo Kim from KR. Thank you for inviting me to this conference. There are many regulatory issues surrounding the industry. I would not, however, focus on regulations, but I would like to talk about what kind of activities are going on regarding the alternative engines. First, if you look at the top middle graph and the graph on the left side, you can see that there's a growing amount of carbon accumulated on the Earth, and the Earth's temperature is gradually growing. Even without looking at the graph, you will know already that the global warming is speeding up, and the Earth's temperature increase is also being accelerated. On the top right side, you see another graph. This year in summer, it was very hot in Korea. From June till August of 2023, this is the level of temperature across the world. In June 2023, June has the highest level of temperature in history. If the current trend continues, then the average temperature increase of 1.5 Celsius degree will happen in December 2034. Of course, we will see what happens when we reach 2034, but based on the data we have now, we expect that the 1.5 Celsius degree will be realized in December 2034. This is why many countries across the world are taking various measures and proposing targets to prevent such a temperature increase. Let's have a look at the maritime industry. There are international regulations put by IMO. There are regional regulations by, for example, EU and the US. As you see here, EEDI and EEXI are already being applied to the industry. And from May 2027, the data collection system and LCA guidelines will be applied. Specific methods of implementation is under discussion, but 2027 will be a very critical period of time in terms of compliance with the regulation. And EU ETS, Fuel EU Maritime are going to be the very important regulations we have to consider. And the US has similar regulations announced. EU and US are leading the regulatory changes, which will be followed by other regions and countries across the world. Then EU MRV data is here to compare energy efficiency of various fuels. The data after 2023 was predicted based on the data we have as of 2022. If the situation of 2022 continues, then grade C will take up around 70%. And if we continue our current way of operation, the number of vessels with efficiency of grade C or higher will dramatically decrease. You may take your own operational improvement measures, but first of all, you have to consider how to change your fuels. For now, LNG and biodiesel are being discussed as alternatives. And in the far future, green fuels will be used more to achieve energy efficiency level of grade C or higher, and to also meet the GHG reduction targets. Then let's have a look at the propulsion sector. In order to achieve the GHG reduction, these activities are being carried out in propulsion sector. First of all, this is the Clarkson's data. This diagram was announced by Clarkson in October 2023. Except for LNG, these are the alternative fuels expected to be adopted to the vessels. Based on GT, 38% will be taken up by alternative fuels, and LNG takes up 67% and methanol 25%. So far, LNG and methanol are the main options, main alternative fuels. Recently, an order was placed for ammonia vessel. Then, in order to make a good choice of the alternative fuels, there are key considerations. First, we have to reduce emissions, we have to reduce penalties, and we have to see if these alternative fuel technologies are stable technologies and future-proof technologies. We have to look at infrastructure challenges and the amount of fuel supply. We have to also consider the ship design changes and engine availability. We have to consider these points when we adopt alternative fuels. Biodiesel is the easiest one. There are issues like viscosity and micro growth in fuel, but biodiesel is the easiest alternative fuel we can use now. And regarding the use of biodiesel, all stakeholders say that they can accept biodiesel. But if you look at the footnote below there, there are some comments that if you use biodiesel, lifetime of components could be reduced. But it is true that we can use engines continuously when we adopt biodiesel. And GS Cartex also is going through a demonstration project to use biodiesel on the vessels. And two-stroke DF engines can be adopted by vessels. On the right side, you see different configurations, different types of engines, beginning from LNG, methanol, and LPG, and ammonia, and someday hydrogen. These fuels can be employed by the two-stroke DF engines. For now, methanol and ammonia have received the highest level of attention because their fuel supply system could be similar to biodiesel because they can be supplied in the form of liquid. So the existing crew and seafarers would feel familiar with using methanol or ammonia. Of course, we have to consider the properties and characteristics of methanol and ammonia, so we have to consider safety issues, but basically, the basic concept of using methanol and ammonia are similar to the concept of using diesel. If we choose to use LNG, LNG-DF methane slip is a very essential issue we have to discuss. If you look at MEPC 80 meeting minutes and Fuel EU Maritime Annex 2, they described the specific figures for LNG methane slip. On the right side, for different types of LNG engine, you can see that there would be methane slip. Currently, regulatory discussion is going on, and you have to calculate the cost you may have to spend. And if the methane slip increases, you will have to spend more regulatory cost. For example, if you calculate the methane slip to the amount of CO2, that will stand at around 2 to 3% of increase in terms of the cost. So you will have to spend more regulatory cost if you have methane slip. And GWP 100 reference is here in the table. Each country has different levels of GWP 100 reference. So we have to, it depends on the regulation. Engine manufacturers also understand the situation, and many of the engine manufacturers are saying that we have reduced the level of methane slip by using, for example, EGR. So we have to address the issue of methane slip. And it's not that all vessels will be able to use alternative fuel. According to the table here, you will see that vessels over 70,000 DWT and vessels with over 10,000 kilowatt power will be able to use alternative fuels. It also depends on the ship design, how the ship is built by the shipyards. Depending on the ship size and engine power, they will be able to use alternative fuel or not. Then let's have a look at timeline. LNG has already been commercialized, but it took for about 10 years for us to commercialize LNG. For green methanol, it'll take from 3 to 5 years. If the methanol is produced or the ammonia is based on hydrogen, that it'll take from 5 to 10 years for commercialization. And have a look at the graph on the right side for green methanol. By 2028, this is the amount of fuel needed for the methanol. As you see, as time goes up until 2028, the demand for methanol will significantly increase, and by 2028, we guess that methanol bunkering infrastructure will be further developed to meet the demand. And when will be the time when the green methanol and ammonia will have the similar level of needs and demands? It will be around 2030. By around 2030, the proportion of green methanol and ammonia in the market will increase further, and even if you install the relevant engine on the vessel, it does not mean that you can use alternative fuel right away, because you have to address many issues. In the case of LNG, there are mechanical issues we have to consider. As you might have experienced, LNG gives some impact on the nozzle. Also, you have to deal with some residual heat issues as well. For now, design has been improved and field testing has been conducted. and many issues have been solved. Methanol gives us similar issues. So you need to place shield like this, or if you operate the vessels with diesel mode for about 2 months, then you have to replace the existing methanol nozzle with a dummy nozzle. And mechanical issues are supposed to appear if we use DF engine with ammonia or methanol. So the ship operators, ship designers, and other relevant parties need to discuss with each other about how to address the issues, including mechanical issues. And the size of the nozzle that will be installed in the Maersk vessel is this size. This is a very big nozzle. In order to conduct repair and maintenance on the nozzle, you have to use a crane. So in order to carry the nozzle and in order to transport them to the maintenance site, you have to use a crane, or you will need to extend a rail to safely carry them to the maintenance site. Methanol and LNG are considered clean fuel, and many people think that the filter will not be clogged. But if you look at the picture here, in LNG and many alternative fuel lines, clogging could be created, and that will delay the operation or testings. So before commissioning the engine, you have to look at the filter, or you can install some jigs or equipment to prevent clogging of the filter. And methanol, LNG, and ammonia fueled vessels will be using the engines controlled by the electronic or the system. So software will become very important. There are concerns about using software for the engine, but you may experience unexpected situation while operating the ships. Then you will have to update the software and reflect the feedback from the site. And shipping companies that receive the initially developed software and engines are highly likely to experience various engine issues, including software issues. And when we use alternative fuel engine, we have to be aware of the possible leakage. If such a leakage takes place, a fire could take place, or in worst case, human life could be taken by such incident. So we have to make it sure that crew and the seafarers are able to respond to the leakage problem or accidents. And many new functions are being applied to the engines, not just EGR, SCR, and another new method has been created to put water in methanol, for example. But while applying these new functions, we might experience errors, trials and errors, and it'll take time for us to solve all these problems. So it's important that shipyards, shipping companies, and ship operators need to share information about their experience with the new functions. Another important aspect is training. There are statutory or mandatory trainings and practical trainings provided by engine companies. We have to receive such trainings. In the case of mandatory trainings, crew members must receive the training required to deal with the alternative fuels, and practical trainings provided by engine companies are also useful for crews and seafarers to prevent any problems. And shipping companies For shipping companies who will make efforts to achieve the GHG target, we are helping them. We help them identify the energy efficiency of their vessels and work on the design issues as well. For each step, so you need to take a step-by-step approach. You also need to set ESG strategies to respond to the upcoming GHG reduction issues. In summary, we are going through climate crisis and the earth temperature is rising. Many countries are announcing their own regulations to reduce GHG, and manufacturers are doing their best to comply with such regulations. And biofuel, including LNG, methanol, and ammonia, and DF engine portfolio are also increasing and are widening. And there are many issues we have to address. So many interested parties or stakeholders need to share all those issues together. And KR recommends that you have to establish your own ESG plans and strategies for net zero goals. And we are open to your request and your request for support. Thank you very much for your attention.
Principal Surveyor of KR. For the next presentation, I would like to introduce Mr. Song Chan Ah, Senior Vice President of HD Hyundai Heavy Industries, presenting the virtual simulation-based development of MEOH engine and zero-carbon fuel engine for GHG regulation. Please give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm the director of Engine Research Center of HD Heavy Industries. It is my privilege to present my ideas at this important conference. Thank you for having me today. Today I'm going to talk about the development of methanol engine and zero-carbon fuel engine for greenhouse gas emission regulations, and I will also talk about virtual fuel. This is the content of my presentation. First, I'm going to give you some background, and that will be followed by development characteristics of a ship engine and need for VPD, and methanol engine development in Hyundai Heavy Industries. And I will conclude my presentation with the future plan. Greenhouse gas related regulations have been discussed enough, so let me be brief here. The number of relevant regulations and laws is increasing, and the laws and regulations have increased for a short period of time. Only a few years ago, LNG would be enough to meet the requirements, but there have been too many changes for the last few years. Regulations have gotten stricter. As you can see in the graph, HD Hyundai Group Engine Development Division has to consider the regulations when it develops new engines. There are many available solutions and options for now, but everything comes down to change of fuels. Without changing fuels, we cannot meet the new regulations. It's important to develop new engines, but changing fuels will not be all cure. So we have to we need a new technology to increase fuel efficiency at the same time. BPD, it includes a long list of technologies, but simply put, it is a technology based on simulation as well as based on data. People in this industry have extensive knowledge of this, but if you think again why PPD is important, the answer is just simple. Cars' life cycle is only 6,000 hours, and specifically prototypes of cars, only as many as 500 to 600 prototypes are produced. But we are producing only one large prototype of engines for our customers. Once we create a prototype based on simulation, the immediate next step is mass production. So compared to the car industry, you may imagine much simulation would require for the shipbuilding, and you are correct. As greenhouse gas emission regulations become more rigid, and to support new engines, simulation is becoming an increasingly more important. But we need more than data. Himsen is a brand of HD Heavy Industries. It already has a complete lineup of dual fuel engines. It serves as a platform to develop a methanol fueled engine, but this is not enough. This is not sufficient, so we need BPD for new engine development. So this shows workload. In the earliest step, workload is relatively less, and once you reach mass production stage, the curve goes up sharply. But for shipbuilding and shipping, a diverse range of models are needed. So more endeavor to reduce the gap will be needed constantly. So HD Hyundai Heavy Industries introduced and launched Himsen engine in 2012. It took 60 years to develop a model, but the development period went down to 3 years later. And the line of creation took 6 years, and it offered 6 different models. And each model took 2 years to be developed, but the methanol engine took only 6 months. But the development team says it's easier said than done because they were the ones who developed the engine. But after all, the development period was significantly shortened. The methanol as a fuel, I'm not talking about the chemical properties of methanol. Methanol as a fuel is a new type of fuel for shipping and shipbuilding industries. And that was what we knew when we first developed this type of engines. But thermal release was much less than other alternative fuels, but its vapor rate presented a challenge in combustion. So we consider that property when we developed methanol engines, and I will elaborate on that on later slide. And we have to take a balance. Advantages can serve as disadvantages, but sometimes your worries and concerns will not be worries and concerns anymore. And SOx will be released. That's obvious. But we were able to see SOx was reduced because of the residual thermal. But as you know, green fuel is the way we will move forward. H3 is the basic platform for methanol engine development. And heavy fuel oil, HFO, MDO, and MGO is all capable. And this engine, this methanol engine, can meet the requirements of IMO Tier 3. What is notable is that we are using dual fuel injection pump. And it is mechanically pumped, but it is at the same time can be controlled by electronically. And methanol was developed to use a common rail. And LNG TF is auto cycle. As you already heard from a previous speaker, methanol slip is one of the most important issues, and that could cause the biggest problem in auto cycle. So when we first came up with the concept of design, we considered the advantage of methanol engines in terms of slip methanol. We can offer advantage in terms of NOx release as well. Once you have a port injection, thermal shock could happen. Here you have to consider the methanol can exist at a room temperature. There is something called dwell. So micropilot is used to inject diesel, and it is followed by combustion, and then last methanol is injected. So after all, methanol gives higher vapor rate because of a latent heat. Methanol could stop combustion, or the combustion engine room, which is hot enough, can offer unstable combustion because methanol is injected too late. So we have to control the unstable combustion. And this will determine, your control will determine whether you have stable combustion or unstable combustion. So timing is the key to ensure combustion. Next, heat release rate. This is a conventional diesel compared to long dual. Short dual has better heat release. So you may suggest zero dual is the best, but that's not the case because it could interfere with methanol combustion. Since 2019, we were prepared for development of methanol engine and new GHG regulations of IMO, but we didn't expect that the regulations will get stricter much earlier than we expected. We are using electronic fuel pumps. This allows us to adjust the pumping. Methanol is using common rail, so it offers better efficiency and offers better heat efficiency. Next, smoke. There is only small amount of smoke, so it releases small amount of NOx. As I said earlier, we should strike a balance. And this new development methodology is contributing to reduce NOx release. Equinor Musk, this is a new shipbuilder. It has taken an aggressive approach. So in keeping up with their efforts, we have developed this engine, and we are proud to say that we made at least a contribution to this endeavor. In Europe, Laura sailed from Korea to Europe, and there was much fanfare, and the chair of the European Commission was also attended the ceremony. In DF1, HD Heavy Industries received an order of over 200 DF1, and as you can see on the graph, the order is increasing. And this is an example of BPD: vibration, endurance, fatigue. Everything is used for simulation. Let me give you the two leading examples. Anyone can do this, but no one can actually put their words into action. Once we reach the stage of mass production, you have to consider this. To meet the different needs of ship owners, you have to build a wide range of products in small volumes. So you have to do simulation for every single product. It will cost you a lot. That is why BPD is important, because it can give you meta models. So all you have to do is enter certain numbers, and the result is the engine performance values. So it took 1.5 years only, but that doesn't mean that we worked 24/7 with losing much sleep. So BPD allows you to find the best position, best results. So you can make more with less. So tests, the number of tests can be reduced by 50%, and at the same time, we could find the most optimized methodology. And basic design concept, design of concept, are very important. So all you have to do is to enter basic numbers and values to predict the performance. This is a part of front engineering, and this is also a part of VPD methodology. A big end bearing is very important for lubrication system. And Himsen engines include different lineups, and more than 20,000 Himsen engines have been manufactured. So by utilizing all these different models, we created a meta model. So again, you can enter basic data, and what will come out is an estimated performance for a new engine. It will help you reduce cost, save you cost. So when we develop a new ammonia or methanol engines, we can reduce dramatically the development periods. Next is our future plan. We launched a methanol engine last year. For the later half of this year, we will launch another model, H2 engine, and that will complete our methanol engine lineup. So we can meet the needs of large commercial ships and small feed liners. And PAT is scheduled for December. Next year, we are scheduled to launch ammonia engine, and for the third quarter, we will apply for a type approval. We are also working on hydrogen engine. Our completion rate is currently 30%. and pure hydrogen engine. Our target date is 2025. Ammonia is expected to release a large amount of NOx. Not only methane, sleep, but N2O are very important, so it requires your awareness. M2O, so we have to reach somewhere between M2O and NOx. Hydrogen engines. It sounds like a novel technology, but hydrogen is becoming a common fuel for vehicles. For low speed and mid speed shipping and operation, hydrogen is combusted faster, so that is what we need to control. So this is the summary and conclusions. GHG regulations are getting stricter. So as an engine builder, we need to cope with the stricter regulations. Once again, HD Hyundai Heavy Industries has an extensive portfolio. In our portfolio allows us a meta model that will shorten development periods. So we are going to develop ammonia engines and hydrogen engines. And I truly believe engine builders can contribute to saving the earth. And the engine development business division will continue its endeavor.
To every HD Hyundai Heavy Industry. Let's move on to the final presentation of session 4. The last presentation for session 4 will be delivered by Mr. Chae-kwon Kim, Team Manager of Korea Petroleum Quality and Distribution Authority. He will share us about development and prospect of shipping biofuel as a carbon neutral action strategy.
예, 반갑습니다.
Nice to meet you all. I am from Korea Petroleum Quality and Distribution Authority. I am Chae-kwon Kim. In the previous presentation, you learned about the current status of engine development. My presentation is about the biofuels that can be immediately applied to the existing vessels, along with the prospect of such biofuels. In the existing vessels, biodiesel can be applied. Secondly, bio-heavy oil can replace bunker C oil, as liquid biofuel. Biogas-based bio-LNG is also available in the maritime sector. In Korea, biodiesel, bio-heavy oil, and bio-LNG can be applied to the existing vessels. I will also explain about their potential. In Korea, among renewable energy sources, bioenergy takes up around 31%. 31% of renewable energy is bioenergy, which includes solid bioenergy, gaseous and liquid bioenergy. Most of the bioenergy consists of liquid bioenergy. Wood pellets take up the large portion. Bio-heavy oil is used for fuel-based power generation, and biogas is used for city gas supply and vehicle fuel. biodiesel, bioheavy oil, and biogas can be applied to the existing vessels. Of course, in terms of quality, we need to make some adjustment and improve the quality. In the Korean transportation sector, diesel, natural gas, gasoline, LPG, and jet fuel can be used. For vessels, biodiesel, natural gas, LPG can be applied. Now, in Korea, as an alternative fuel, biodiesel is being adopted under RFS system of the Korean government. 3.5% of the fuel for cars consists of biodiesel. From 2012, biogas has been used for city gas and bus fuel. And biodme, which is equivalent of LPG, is under R&D process. Biojet fuel is for aviation sector, which is also under R&D step. Recently, the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Energy announced its national biofuel policy for Korea. In the maritime sector, biofuel-based vessels went through demonstration project, and all laws and regulations regarding biofuel will be completely announced by 2025 for ship owners. This is what was announced by Europe EMSE. There are various types of maritime biofuels, including heavy oil fuel and MGO and many other types of fuels. There are various fuel oils and LNG. So the maritime biofuel can be categorized into replaced distillate fuel oils and liquefied natural gas. FAME, which is in other words biodiesel, HVO with higher fuel quality are being commercialized and are being produced across the globe. And FD diesel and lignocellulosic biomass is going through R&D. So this could be a type of biodiesel as well. And methanol is also one of the alternative fuel candidates. SVO, used as bunker oil, is another candidate. Biofuel oil belongs to SVO. The bean oil can be combined with waste oil and can be used as a fuel. And lignocellulosic biofuel can be also used. And sorvellus oil will also become available. Biogas-based LBM is also going to be available. If you liquefy CBM, you can get this oil. So these are the basic categories of biofuel. FME, the biodiesel, is being reviewed as the biofuel the most by the global ship owners and shipping companies. SVO is being produced in Korea. Biodiesel and SVO went through demonstration project in the existing vessel. Ship-to-ship demonstration is going on. Compared to the existing MGO, this is the baseline. If you go forward towards LCO, advanced biofuel has great impact in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Forestry residue-based biomass also exists, and they have great effectiveness in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And I guess the IMO could give you higher carbon incentives if you use the alternative fuels with greater impact of greenhouse gas reductions. Here you see the table, and there are blue letters that says 10. If it says 10, it means that they are immediately available. FAME and HVO are being produced. And HVO gives you higher fuel quality, but it is also expensive. In the case of methanol, OCI Global is commercially producing that fuel. In Korea, biomethanol-related R&D is going on, trying to attract investment. The government created the Clean Energy Initiative, which is also related to the biomethanol fuel development. In the case of SVO, SVO is available for now in Korea as well. Part of the biogas fuels are also available now. The global market is created around biofuel, HVO, biomethanol, SVO, and biomethane are commercially available. The cheapest one is FAME and SVO. SVO is the cheapest one, followed by FAME, HVO. And as for biofuel, some of the biofuel is based on biomass. Depending on which feedstock you use, you will have different effectiveness in greenhouse gas reduction. One of the disadvantages of biofuel would be that feedstocks are agricultural residues and waste oils. Rather, you need to choose the right feedstock for biofuel to generate great impact in greenhouse gas reduction. This is the R&D activities going on in Korea regarding biofuel technology. If you use crop-based feedstock, EU is not recommending companies to use this kind of feedstock, but you can use forestry residue-based biofuel. Those biofuels can be applied to the existing vessels. In Korea, we conducted R&D on liquid biofuels. Biodiesel, bioheavy oil, and SVO are under commercial production stage in Korea. As for biodiesel, there are 8 companies in Korea that are producing biodiesel. Production capacity for biodiesel in Korea is 1.07 million tons. 100,000 tons of that is being used by cars. In Korea, general public, usually car owners are using biodiesel as part of their fuel for their cars. We have also imported part of the biodiesel as marine biofuel. Biodiesel is immediately available. Second type of fuel is biogas. In Korea and in many countries across the world, biogas is created through anaerobic digestion of organic waste, and then you liquefy this and use it as LNG. In Korea, there are only 8 sites that can produce liquefied biomethane. So in Korea, we have a very limited amount of biogas resources. So the potential to create LNG from biogas is quite small in Korea. Next one is bio-heavy oil that can replace the existing bunker oil. In Korea, bio-heavy oil is mostly used for power plants. They are used for running boilers and running turbines to create electricity and for power generation. But in Korea, we are going through demonstration projects to use bio-heavy oil for vessels. We are combining various types of bio-heavy oil feedstocks in the demonstration phase. And we need to make improvement in terms of the lubrication. And HVO is turned into paraffin and can be used as a fuel. HVO can be used for cars. Compared to light oil, HVO is 2.5 times more expensive than the light oil. So HVO is a feasible idea, but it is highly priced compared to other types of biofuel. Next one is biomethanol and FT diesel. They are from waste lumber or waste wood materials. Currently in Korea, our technology level for bioethanol is at around level 5 if the highest level is 10 or 11. Many Korean companies have been actively participating in the development activities for biomethanol or FT diesel. We can develop FT diesel by using the existing technologies, and it'll take about 5 years to commercially produce FT diesel. And this is the summary slide. In Korea, all the current road biofuels can be shifted to be used as fuel for maritime sector and aviation sector. So if we make a little bit of improvement with the current road biofuels, then we can use them for maritime and aviation sector. But we are making improvement in terms of the bunkering. And I guess that from now on, in 1 to 2 years from now on, we will be able to commercially produce and apply many of the biofuels to the maritime sector. By using biofuel for cars and vehicles, we are reducing CO2 emission of around 20,000 or 2 million tons. And I guess that if we use such biofuels for maritime sector, we will be able to reduce much larger amount of CO2 emission. Biodiesel and SVO are immediately available and applicable to the vessels, to the existing vessels. So we're going through demonstration to verify this concept. For example, the beginning of 2025, we will be able to apply them immediately to the vessels. And for other types of oil, including HVO and FD diesel and biomethanol, R&D projects are being proceeded with in Korea. And the government and the businesses in this sector will make preparations so that we will be able to use many different types of biofuel. And in terms of biofuel, we will be using non-edible feedstocks as well, and the government will fully support this process. Thank you for your attention.
Jae-gun Kim, team manager of K Petrol. Now we will proceed with the setting up the stage for the panel discussion. Please wait a moment. 네, 패널 토론 준비를 위해서 현장에 연단을 꾸리도록 하겠습니다. 현재 여전히 150분에 달하는 분들께서 생방송에 참여해 주시고 계신데요. 질문도 굉장히 풍성하게 일어나는 것 같습니다. 제가 잘 챙겨서 패널 토의 때 풍성하게 토의가 될 수 있도록 하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 연단이 준비되면 제가 오늘의 좌장님을 소개해드리고요. 또 우리의 스피커들, 연사님들을 무대로 모시도록 하겠습니다. We will continue on to have a Q&A and discussion for session 4. 질문은 한국어, 영어 모두 동시에 통역이 가능합니다. 편하신 언어로 선택하셔서 질문을 해주실 수 있습니다. 네, 어제와 오늘 그리고 우리의 풍성함과 또 통찰력을 풍성하게 할 시간인데요. 제가 좌장님을 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다. For the session 4, chairperson is Chang-wook Kim, Executive Vice President of KR. Please give him big round of applause. 우리 다시 한번 마지막 세션에 좌장을 맡아주실 우리 전무님께 큰 박수 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다.
제가 예상했던
As I expected, this is the last session and to beat the traffic, we have less or smaller audience. As the moderator said, you can speak either in Korean or in English. You can choose whatever language you are more comfortable with. I'm Chang-wook Kim. I've been working on alternative fuels at KR, and the other speakers already introduced themselves during their presentation. Let me briefly give you a summary of the presentation.
설명을 드리겠습니다.
Firstly, the Dr. Jae-gun Kim explained about biofuels available in Korea. He also compared the prices and mentioned that SVO is the cheapest one, which is followed by FAME, and HVO is the most expensive one. And in terms of the maritime biofuel, biodiesel and bioheavy oil are applicable and available. In terms of bio-heavy oil, 600,000 to 700,000 tons of fuel can be produced for maritime sector.
And Song Chan-an from the Hyundai Heavy Industries introduced us VPD, Virtual Product Development, and as he said, Hyundai Heavy Industries has developed and manufactured more than 20,000 engines, and it has collected data out of them, and it can help it itself shorten the.
And Dr. Young-Ho Kim was previously an engineering officer, and he is an expert in engine. So alternative fuel will be combusted in the engine, and he mentioned the importance of engine in using alternative fuels. He shared with us possible issues with engines such as damage on the valve and filter clogging. Recently, LNG, methanol, and many alternative fuels are included in the order book. And maybe from next year or the year after next year, we will be talking more about ammonia engine. And Hyundai is developing ammonia engine.
And Professor Il Sun Hwang is the CEO of Micro Uranus, and he told us the advantages of MFR. It has longer life cycle, and ship owners have this pressure and have found it very difficult to deal with nuclear waste when they operate a nuclear ship. So LFR or SMR can provide a solution to that. And at the last slide, he said it can be done by one package. And I've never heard this before. Russia's military-grade submarines, one of them had an explosion accident at sea during refueling. But microreactor would not have such an accident in the first place. Now I will open up the floor to take a question. Then I will take some of the questions raised online. Any questions from the floor, from the audience?
First, please tell us your name and organization, and please ask your question briefly. I am from TNI. I am in charge of R&D. My name is Kong Se-young. I'm interested in SMR.
Thank you so much for your insightful presentation. So my question goes to Professor Il Sun Hwang and Mr. Song Chan-an. First, Professor Hwang, as you explained and the chairperson said, LFR and SMR, they are safer and they offer longer life cycle, and we don't have to worry about the wasted treatment. So my question is it purely developed by Korea? Which country or which organization has a license? And do you have any detailed design of your technology, and what is the progress? My next question goes to Mr. Song Chan-an. For decarbonization and zero carbon, you are developing methanol engines, but we have heard news recently. The top 3 shipyards, they are saying they are researching mounting SMRs on ships. According to Professor Huang, MEU model is the most ideal type. Since you are here, my question is, do you plan to use SMR for your engines? And there's one more question. Do you think the SMR is feasible? So first, Professor Huang, over the past 27 years, we have been supported by the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy and the Ministry of Science and ICT. Yes, it is purely developed. The technology has been purely developed in Korea. And the high-level radioactive waste can be properly treated by Pyro-Green, which is a patented technology developed by Seoul National Technology. In summary, yes, it's a Korean technology. I'm not sure whether there is a detailed design of the technology. The concept design was completed last year, and the Ministry of Science and ICT assessed the design, and it found it excellent. The final design will be launched, and we will apply for permits. Next, Hyundai Heavy Industries, Song Chan-an. So your question is, yes, answering your question, yes, we are getting ready for that, but I'm not the person in charge or responsible for the job you asked. I think you have gotten correct or accurate information from news. Mass production of SMRs require time. It cannot be done overnight. It will take more than a couple of years. So let's wait for some progress. What is your second question? I don't know the type. I'm not an expert. But if I'm allowed to compare it to engine development, different technologies have different advantages and disadvantages, and you will learn more lessons about advantages and disadvantages when you actually develop them. The way you apply your technology will decide the advantages and disadvantages you will encounter. Methanol, ethanol, hydrogen, no one can say for sure what will be the fuel in the future. I'm sorry that I cannot answer your question fully. I think he already answered your question. Adding to that, nuclear power. Professor Huang explained internal combustion engine reactor, nuclear reactor is a device to produce electricity out of steam. Installing SMRs on ships, there will be a challenge. It won't be easy. So you can use hydrogen or ammonia to create to produce green hydrogen. They don't generate any CO2.
Next question, please. I am from Shinon. My job is R&D. My question goes to Mr. An.
So Himsen engines have an increasing market share, and the brand is producing a series of engine models. But before the launch of that, we had common engines in the market. But if you look at the market situations, your customers and ship owners are paying keen attention to IMO's regulations. So we have to use alternative fuels. So common diesel engine, they are already widely available in the market. So what plan do you have to provide to help shipyards or customers to deal with the stricter new regulations? There has always been a need for retrofit. Yes, we have a plan to support our customers. I don't exactly remember the detail of the plan, but retrofit will be required. So everything should be replaced, including a fuel facility. So we will try to meet our customers' needs. And retrofit business, yes, there will be much business for retrofit. But I believe it will be possible that retrofit will be provided, but as we shift from diesel to automation for LNG, and LNG can be injected through a port, so it's not difficult, but you may have to invest in new facilities or equipment to make the necessary shift and to make necessary control. So some of them can be retrofitted, but from cost-wise, I cannot give you exact numbers. To meet new regulations, if you think the current trend continues, you have to use new types of fuels, but diesel will not be enough. So you have to decide whether you will purchase a new engine or you will retrofit your existing engine. But what is constant, what is not changing, is that new fuels will be needed. Does that answer your question?
저희도 뭐 현대엔진하고
Regarding the question related to retrofitting, there's a company named Hyundai Global Service. We are going through a study with that company. Actually, the cost is most expensive when it comes to the fuel tank. Fuel tank is the part that costs the most, and fuel supply system is also the part that costs a lot of money. We're living in the era of alternative fuel. Both IMO, the European regulatory authorities, will soon impose carbon levy and penalty or fine. Then you will have to make the right decision regarding which alternative fuel you have to choose. And at KR, we are publishing magazine. In spring this year, we published Decarbonization magazine. You can find some tips to using alternative fuel. You can also learn about the impact on environment and regulatory impact as well, depending on the type of alternative fuel. So please refer to that magazine for your information. Do we have another question? As you might be preparing for a new question, I would like to ask a question to Dr. Kim from Korea Petroleum Research Institute. I have two questions. First question, what is the reason for using biofuel in order to reduce carbon emissions? In July this year, in the 80th MEPC meeting, IMO said that the CO2 emission reduction amount should be at least 65% in the case of biofuel. So what is the amount of carbon emission you expect from the biofuel in Korea? And now we are having this Kormarine Conference. And the biofuel for vessels, I would like to ask you to confirm the specific figures of biofuels. In the case of biodiesel in Korea, we use waste cooking oil a lot as the feedstock, and its greenhouse gas emission reduction effect is over 85%. So in Korea, that complies with the IMO regulation. It is way over the 65% threshold. If we increase the capacity of biodiesel, then biodiesel manufacturers will have the portfolio of the feedstock supply, and it seems that they're deeply thinking about what they're going to do with that. And in Korea, waste food based biofuel feedstock is over 200,000 tons, and about 200,000 tons of such waste feedstock is used for producing biofuel. And for the others, non-crop based biofuel feedstock exists, and we import some of the non-crop based biofuel feedstock. And among biodiesel, the production capacity of Korean producers of biodiesel is about 2.07 million tons. And the amount of biofuel available for ship owners in Korea is currently around 1.65 million tons. And I talked with the ship owners, and they had concerns about the cost. And cost is quite an important issue in biofuel. 70% of the production cost for biofuel comes from the feedstock cost. So we need to establish a supply chain to provide cheaper and higher quality feedstock for biofuel. If that is realized, then the manufacturers will be able to increase their production capacity. Ship owners who would like to use biofuel are not thinking about using biofuel for 100% of their fuel for the vessels, because there are issues like viscosity, frictions, and lubrication. So as I understand about ship owners are thinking about using biofuel for 30% of the entire fuel they need for the vessels. So I think that we will be able to meet the demand for biofuel for the next 30 years, considering the proportion of biofuel considered by ship owners. If what you're saying is true, then I think we have enough capacity to supply biofuel to the maritime sector. For your information, 10 million ton HFO is being consumed by Korean carriers. And the bunkering is not done 100% only in Korea. So I thought the biofuel will be helpful for the bunkering in Korea.
Any other questions? While you are thinking about questions.
Another question to Dr. Kim. You talked about palm oil in your presentation. The EU said no to palm oil as biofuel for vessels. How are you responding to the situation? It's not that EU refuses all types of palm oil. It's just CPO or edible palm oil and high quality palm oil are under the regulation of the EU, but there are other types of palm oil. For example, we can use waste palm oil or residues of the palm oil. Such palm oil or waste palm oil are being imported to Korea. In Korea, we have the potential availability of agricultural residues and sewage wastewater as feedstock for biofuel. Thank you for your answer. So we can use cooking oil, waste cooking oil, and as you said, if we use non-edible oil, then we can overcome the problems. I have a question to Dr. Young-ho Kim. In your presentation, you said that based on the order book for LNG and methanol, it seems like it's LNG versus methanol, and ammonia will soon appear as a competitive fuel. In terms of the order book, you said that by 2030, the amount of LNG and methanol in the order book will become similar to each other. What about in terms of the tones? Based on the order book amount, by 2028, the amount of demand for LNG will be about 1.5 million tons per year. This is according to the order book by 2028. And the entire amount of LNG to be used will be much larger. But in the case of methanol, 900,000 tons of methanol will be needed considering the order book until 2028. You said it is according to the order book. It means that you excluded the existing vessels' demand for LNG or methanol. LNG carriers are using a lot of LNG fuels. If you look at large-scale containers or PCC, they're consuming a huge amount of fuel. Combining all of them, the demand for LNG will be much larger than the demand for methanol. And based on the order book, the demand for LNG and methanol will reach the similar level by 2030. It's just according to the order book.
사실은 저도 지금 뭐 덴마크
Professor Huang, I heard from some SMR suppliers in the Netherlands, and most of them are saying that developing an SMR, most of the suppliers are applying for a type approval in the US, but there is no clear definition of a type approval and IMO regulations. So how do you plan to tackle the challenge? It's a very important question. The war in Ukraine created an LNG crisis in Europe from the East Coast in the US to Europe. The LNG carriers are operating by, at best, 12 knots, but SMR or nuclear ships can operate much faster. So classification organization in the US and those in Europe, they can make an agreement. So according to UNCLOS Article 23, if the classification organizations in the US and the UK, if they make an agreement, it's possible. Yes, it can happen. So if the two countries agree, that can happen. Let me ask Mr. Song Chanan another question. This is about Himsen engines. I get this question a lot of times. And for small and medium-sized ships, it is difficult to build such a ship as an LNG fuel ship. The crew might not be able to handle LNG, and there is also a space constraints. And bunkering can be another challenge. So many shipyards or a Japanese company called Hanshin is considering four-stroke methanol engine as its main engine. I don't think Himsen engines offer an extensive product line of methanol engine. I'm not sure how I should answer your question. Himsen engines are good engines used as main engines. I think KR understands well that this BOG is good for our engine is good for BOG, and it is widely used as a main engine. Efficiency, speed, and optimization. We are making progress in all those areas. The group-wide efforts have been made. So our business division enlarged, and we created a new team as well. So we created a new team called EPA, for example. Thank you so much for your answer.
LNG는 대형선.
Dr. Kim mentioned that LNG is used mostly for large vessels and methanol for smaller vessels. And Himsen engine could be serving as the main methanol engine for small and medium-sized vessels. That's my personal wish. Now, time's up. Do we have one more question? If you have further question, I can take one more. If not, it seems that you don't have further questions. As the chair of this session, the presentations were about nuclear power, main engine, and biofuel. As a chair, I thought deeply about how I could properly chair the session, but I feel that the presenters made presentations in an easy-to-understand way, and I would like to thank all the questions and answers to those questions as well. For the audience and presenters, let us give a big round of applause to each other, and we will close this session. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for enriching the panel discussion session. Mr. Kim Chang-wook, thank you very much. Please give him a big round of applause again. And I would like to thank the presenters as well. I have been serving as the MC for Kormarine for 4 years, and diversity and scalability have been the merits of Kormarine Conference, I think. And thank you very much for being here with us till the very end of today's session. I hope that Kormarine Conference will continue its journey for the next 20 or 30 years in the future. Tomorrow, we will close the Kormarine 2023 conference, and tomorrow we prepared various insightful sessions.
Hope to see you again tomorrow. Have a nice day.